Hey, welcome everybody. Happy Bike Month, May. Still here, still a few days left, and welcome to our San Diego County Bicycle Coalition Bike Month fundraiser live stream. So today we are live for the next few hours, talking about our programs, talking about our events, talking about our work that we do to make your bike ride better every day and celebrate our life by bike together. And we are excited to have you join us. And today's a big day. Not only because we're in the midst of a very busy bike month and a very successful bike month, and all kinds of classes and rides and events that happened, and we're going to recap some of that today. But we're just excited to also, it's a historic day in our regional bike network with the long-awaited opening of the Rose Creek Bikeway, which so many of you and us have supported for so many years. And today's the day. Today it's officially opening for cyclists to enjoy. So that incredible connection of the Coastal Rail Trail, the 2 mile, or the segment that's opening today up to UCSD. So it's an exciting day, and we're going to go there live to the ribbon cutting. So we'll hear from our advocacy manager, Jacob Mandel, and who's on the scene at the official unveiling or opening of the Rose Creek Bikeway, along with Mayor Todd Gloria and Sandag Chair Catherine Blakespeare, Mayor of Encinitas. So it's a big day, and our chair, Stefan Vance, is also a part of that ceremony and will be speaking. So we hope to bring that to you live. That is our plan, and but today is all about support. So there it is, Rose Creek Bikeway. Let's go straight to it. Happy Bike Month. No better way to celebrate than the opening of a new bikeway. So here we go. Are we able to get the sound on this? Happy Bike Month. No better way to celebrate. Well, I will, hopefully there you're hearing from Mayor Todd Gloria of the city of San Diego. So they're set up on the bikeway, and you can see our chair, Stefan Vance, in the background there, and getting ready to speak as well. So a super exciting day to open officially the Rose Creek Bikeway, which is that important connection from Pacific Beach up to the UCSD area. So really, or University City. So excited to have this open. So many people have waited so long. So it just really is it demonstrates a lot of our advocacy work for years and years to go to these public meetings that made all this happen. So along with your support. So hopefully you're enjoying this, and I think we're going to try to throw this to Jacob, and if we can get him to come online. So we're working on the sound and our connection with Jacob, who's on the scene, and really it's just exciting to see, quite frankly. And I wish, while I can't be there, I can't wait to ride it. I know many people have sort of ridden it, but this is the official opening, and now with all, as you can see there, the two-way pavement markings are in place. Really smooth pavement right there, and there's some signage. I'm anxious to hear what you all feel about the Bikeway and how it works for you. I think what's really great to note is that this Bikeway is, as I said, is part of a 44-mile coastal rail trail that ultimately will connect downtown San Diego to all the way up to Oceanside. So this is a huge segment though that serves the beach area, UCSD, and it serves people who ride their bikes not only for fun and recreation, to be out on great rides separated from traffic in a completely separated bikeway or bike path here, and but it's also an important commuter route, and I think that's important to note, especially during Bike Month, that bike commuting has skyrocketed over this last year, and we're grateful for that. Although the pandemic was so hard on so many people, and one good thing that has come out of it is the increase in bike ridership, and having more bikeways like this is going to inspire even more people to ride or encourage more people to ride. So we are so excited for the Rose Creek Bikeway. I can't tell you, and how excited we are. And although the pandemic was so hard, so it's a really good way to start off our campaign today. But really today is also about your support, and we're going to be on the next few hours talking about our work, but asking for your support and donations to the Bike Coalition, which allows us to do the work that we do that leads to the opening of bikeways like this. And we work to make your ride better and safer, and we advocate tirelessly for bikeways like this to make people safer and make your bike ride more enjoyable all throughout San Diego County. So, connecting sort of this opening and oh, here we go. Listen in, folks. Looks like Councilmember Jen Campbell's speaking. Enjoy.
It's one of the wonderful things about being president of the City Council is being on the Sandag Board of Directors. So I really appreciate it and I'm enjoying it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the introduction, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the opening of the Rose Creek Bikeway. This important piece of our regional bike network has been eagerly awaited by our District 2 residents. By closing a 2-mile gap in our network, we are connecting beaches to the wider San Diego community, providing alternative access to people who don't want to drive to get around. We know that there's been a boom in multimodal transportation during this pandemic. People have taken the opportunity to get out of their cars and onto their bikes. This bikeway builds on that progress, providing more options and opportunities for people to get around in an enjoyable and healthy, eco-friendly way. We need to continue this momentum, and that's why I look forward to supporting more projects like this one whenever I can. The benefits of bikes to the climate and to our health are well worth it. So thank you for this opportunity, and thanks for being here today. I'm honored to introduce Stefan Vance from Sandag, and he is the head of the San Diego County Bike Coalition.
Thank you, Dr. Jen. It's a great pleasure to be here representing the Bike Coalition today. We are thrilled to see this project completed. And if I could just interject a personal note, as Dr. Jen said, I actually am a former Sandag employee and was privileged to work on the original planning effort for the Coastal Rail Trail. So to see this come to fruition today is a personal joy for me as well. At the Bike Coalition, we say that we advocate, we educate, and we celebrate. So we advocate for more protected infrastructure like this, because we know that when we build complete networks of safe and comfortable places to ride, more people will ride. And this project fulfills that. And it couldn't be coming at a better time, because Sandag's data has shown that over the last year, and kind of as a result of this difficult time we've been going through, more people have found the bicycle as a healthy and safe way to get outside in their communities. Ridership for bicycling over the last year is up 42% across the region. That's an incredible amount of growth. And so using this, projects like this are going to leverage that popularity of bicycling and attract even more people to ride. And so we're going to continue to work on completing networks around the region. But today we're here to celebrate this particular project. So it's a wonderful day for bicycling. The Bike Coalition is pleased that we could be a part of this. And advocacy is it's a whole all communities affair. And so at this point, I'd like to introduce one of our advocacy partners in the region, Kyle Hiskla from Bike-a-thon. Kyle?
Thank you, Stefan, and thank you to everyone for being here today. This is a really exciting day for bicyclists. My name is Kyle Hayes, president of Bike-a-thon, an independent nonprofit organization that's working to establish San Diego as a world-class bicycling city. We work to create a more friendly urban community for bicycling by promoting everyday riding for every rider. We believe that biking is for everyone, and that means riders of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. So thank you to Mr. Mayor for establishing that in the budget to create that team to make sure that everyone can ride safely in San Diego. I'm excited to be here today to help welcome San Diego's newest regional bike path, which we're standing on. When I think about biking in San Diego, over my lifetime, I've seen a remarkable shift, where when I was a student at UCSD over a decade ago, there were not yet regional connections. So now we have the Sereno connection from the north, and today we're connecting it from the south to the heart of our city. Also at that time, officials were planning the Mid-Coast Trolley, which is nearing completion. So it's really exciting to have all of these connections to that university and that
yes, some good words to share.
The most critical connections that we can be building in our region, and I look forward to even more being built, like the ones in Mid-City, Uptown. We need the 30th Street Bikeways in North Park, the Orange Avenue Family Bikeways in Mid-City. We need to keep going. This project represents critical momentum, and I'm excited to see what the future has in store. In order to adapt to our changing climate, we need to invest more in bicycling. We can't stop here because our climate crisis demands it. I believe that the leadership of Sandag will continue to listen to advocates, many more who are not here today, advocating for transportation justice in our regional transportation plan. We need to keep going and connecting more neighborhoods across the region so that everyone can get safely to where they need to by bike, whether it's the store, their park, the recreational facilities, the beach. That's what I envision when I think about a sustainable future in San Diego. I imagine families going by bike to their local transit stop and getting anywhere that they need to go without a car. And so that's what today represents. It's a step towards that sustainable future. Really grateful to be here today on behalf of Bike-a-thon and our other advocacy partners. Thank you so much to the chair, Mayor Gloria, Council President Jennifer Campbell, and I'd like to hand it back to Chair Blakespear.
Well, now we're going to do the really fun part, which is to that ribbon behind us. So thank you to the speakers and everybody for coming, and let's move forward and cut the ribbon.
All right, so there you go. We've heard from our regional leaders, Mayor Todd Gloria, City of San Diego, Mayor Catherine Blakespear from the City of Encinitas, and now they're cutting a ribbon. So get out there and ride it, everybody. The Rose Creek Bikeway is officially open for all of us to enjoy. And I can't tell you how excited that makes me. I keep saying this, but it's true, because we all know how challenging it was to ride it when it wasn't there, and to go up those stairs and get off your bike. There's a map of the Rose Creek Bikeway, and you can see the connecting segments of the 2 miles that is opening today, taking you down along parallel to the I-5, but totally separate, and connecting you up to La Jolla. So there you go. And it's open. So as I said, today is all about thanking you for your support, and encouraging those who haven't quite yet donated to our fundraising campaign to consider it, because of things like this. So we are grateful for everyone's support that allows us to do the work that we do. Our advocacy, our education work is top notch, and we've taught so many classes this month and reached so many people and children to experience the joys of bicycling, and to join us in biking together. And seeing this event also inspires all of us to get excited for coming back together for our events and celebrating bike rides, which we'll share some of that today too. But Bike the Bay is coming back in August. Registration's open. All restrictions are apparently going to be lifted by June 15th. So it's a super exciting time to get back on your bike and join us. Come join Bike the Bay, again, a fundraiser for the Bike Coalition. And today, if you can win things when you donate through our campaign today, or if you've already donated. So any donation $5 or more will be entered into a drawing, and we have tons of great things to give away, including the Bike Month T-shirt that you just saw, bike gear, bike accessories, bike clothing. We have generous partners and sponsors that are contributed so much so that we can give away great stuff on June 3rd during our live stream, and we'll share more about that on World Bicycle Day. So we will be doing all of that. World Bike Day, there it is. We'll be doing a stream and all of our giveaways at that time for anybody that's contributed $5 or more to our campaign. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And Bike Month might be coming to a close, but certainly the work that we do, the everything we celebrate together is just getting going, and it's year round and it's nonstop. And so we're never going to stop advocating for bikeways like this, but you can see some of this gear that we'll be giving away. There's lights, there's locks, there's helmets, so many great prizes that have been donated. There's equipment and accessories. Join us. And so you can click on the donate button or it's the bottom of your screen that's going to be there for the next few hours. Again, any amount is grateful and helpful to our work. And as a bonus, you can win lots of great prizes, and I mean lots. So your chances of winning some good gear is pretty good. And so we're just really excited to have you join our campaign. Jerseys, as you can see. So we just have a lot that we're going to share. And here's a little bit about Bike the Bay coming up on August 22nd, our 14th annual. And we're so excited that we're going to be just more than a virtual bike ride today. 87 days till your opportunity to ride over the Coronado Bridge and around the bay. And stay tuned for a lot more information on that. But your chance to ride over the bridge and around the bay is coming up, and it's a great family ride in its 14th year. People of all ages and abilities participate in that ride, and we're excited to just bring everybody back together in person to experience that ride later this summer. So So much more to look forward to this year. Stay tuned for a very special Ciclos Dias announcement soon, where we will get back to having open street events, and we are very excited to share that looks like we'll be having another process in the fall. And so just wanted to say thanks as your executive director for all of your support, and thank you again for joining us. If you can donate anything, we are grateful, and you have a few more days to do it. And all your donations support the work that we do to make your bicycling experience better and safer. And Sylvie, thank you for joining us. Sylvie Francek, our programs director, sharing all these great programs that we have going on, including Love to Ride here. And maybe I think she's going to talk a little bit more about how you can still get involved with Love to Ride, still win prizes, and still have fun always. And then Sylvie?
Hi, Eddie. Thanks so much. Yeah, I thought I'd hop in and chat a little bit too. So in case anybody hasn't joined yet, Bike Month is going on. We got a couple days left, and this is the final big challenge week, but we've got a whole bunch of chances to win stuff still. So this week is WTF week, Women Trans Femme Week. We like to specifically call out to the women trans femme identifying cyclists because that's only 25%, in some places even less than the cycling community. So calling those people in this week, inviting them to come out and bike, and anybody else totally welcome to come join. Lots of chances to win things. So that's all week long. Then we move on to the last 2 days of May, and we have two kind of back-to-back challenges. So hopefully if you've been using Love to Ride, you've been out biking this month anyway, you've been logging trips, and that'll get you in the running to win. So what else can you win? We have the CV Sciences Challenge. So if you've logged at least 30 rides this month, you have a chance to win one of the packages of recovery equipment that they have. Second thing is New Belgium is giving away a one-of-a-kind bicycle. I just had one of these show up at my house last night in a big bike box. I'm going to build it today because I'm gifting it to someone who won last month's challenge. But in the meantime, you still have a couple of days to build up some leg muscle and some endurance. And all you have to do is on May 30th, log 30 miles on Love to Ride. Bam, chance to win a new bicycle. Also, it's a one-of-a-kind bicycle. In fact, I might just pull these up because I want you all to see what New Belgium Bicycle is up to. Not New Belgium Bicycle, the bicycles that New Belgium makes. This is one of the coolest companies that I know, not only because they have a lot of fun, but they have this awesome commitment to keeping people healthy and active, engaged. And one of the ways they do that is by kind of giving back to the employees. So depending on how long you've been employed by them, you win bicycles. You at some point can get a trip to Belgium. So let me see if I can find the current bike model, because every year they have a new Belgian bicycle that comes out, and the latest model is made by Brooklyn Bicycles. It's really beautiful. Okay, let me pull this off. I'm going to find it offline and then show you all what this bike looks like. Dun, dun. Oh, okay, I got a video. Let's do that. Let's see what they've got going on.
We were truly, our company was, we say, born on a bike seat. One of the things that's always resonated with me is, the bike as a symbol of balance. I think we're really good at that with New Belgium.
Going to another country and then bringing back that style of beer that the States had never seen or really heard of, I feel like that's extremely impressive. And now 30 years later, we have this beautiful legacy of amazing beer brands.
starting anew on a bike is something that we work into different traditions at our company, namely with like the 1 year anniversary, you get your employee bike, the anniversary bike that year. For
That's
people
what I'm
who
talking about.
don't ride bikes and haven't
cool.
had that experience, I think they come to New Belgium. They aren't forced to have that experience, but when you're given a bike, you ride it, right? And I think that turns a lot of people onto bike culture that maybe weren't before they got to New Belgium. I think the word is quality. I mean, we go to great lengths to make sure that our beer is perfect. With our bikes, they're not mass-produced in such a way. And we work with companies that share a lot of the same core values and beliefs as us too. But to have a bike made by a Brooklyn bike company from a Colorado brewery, I think is really cool to me.
So that's the 2020 model that we gave away last May.
Something that we take quite seriously. We aim as a brand, much similar to New Belgium, to be transformational. The 30th anniversary bike, we started from scratch. We started with a blank slate. What New Belgium brought to the table is the aesthetics. So when you marry aesthetics and function together, that's when you get what we're able to deliver, which is a very comfortable bike that just looks tremendous. One of the fascinating things about the 2021 bike is a unique frame design. So for this year, we stepped into a different frame material. We're using aluminum. When we first sketched it out, we had some back and forth on how feasible is that as a material or as a billboard to showcase the brand. But as you can see, it came together like quite brilliantly. So this is probably the lightest bike that we've designed. All this time and effort you put on, and you can sit and look at the first 2 or 3 sketches. Some of them may have been drawn up on a napkin, some of them may have been drawn up on a whiteboard, and then see an actual physical product that you can sit on, you can touch, you can feel, you can squeeze the brakes, you can ride the bike down the street. That's incredibly rewarding.
When I first met Ryan, I had just like a long sheet of possible things that we could do on a bike. I'm scanning through, looking at bike images. Can we do this? Can we do that? And he mostly said yes. I mean, when you get all yeses from your product developer, you're stoked. It means the sky's the limit. You can make whatever you want. The first conversation we had was about the culture and the values that New Belgium has. And so we distilled them down to 4 different pillars, or if you will, maxims. And then we made badges that corresponded to them, and we placed those on the bike. And so they're on the top bar of the bike. And then the other story that's being told is the color, right? So we have half of it's red, the other half of it's white. But in between there's these 3 stripes. And each stripe represents a decade. And then we did a custom head badge that was just fun, based around their logo. And then there's a beer bottle opener, so that, of course, you're riding a bike, you can pop the beer open. That's all been consolidated into the bike to make it feel very much like this is an amalgam of 30 years of this brand. I mean, 30 years is a really long time for a company to be in business, so it's cool that they're celebrating with this culmination of a bicycle. I think it's a very special thing to be part of the 30-year anniversary. When someone entrusts you with like something as big as this, 30 years personified in a bike, that's a very special moment.
Thanks, y'all. I'm happy you watched that with me. I was excited about building this bike, but I had no idea how much thought went into the design. So again, someone has won this once this month. It's going to happen again in a couple days. And I'm going to build that bike. And maybe if I have time today, I'll show you all while I build it. But also coming up today, we'll have Jacob joining us soon, talking again about the opening of a new bikeway in San Diego. And then we'll be joined by Ali, who's going to be fixing bikes that will then be given away to kids in Mid-City San Diego. A couple fun things coming up. I see Andy is back on. Andy, do you want to join us again?
How cool is that bike? Oh my God.
It's awesome. I had no idea.
There's a beer opener on the saddle.
I think my bike has that too, and I just didn't know what it was.
Wow.
I have to find out today.
Pretty special, and that's such a cool company. I mean, I can't express my love for New Belgium enough because of our years and years of partnering with them, and as a company, that's employee owned, and they're more than just a bike on their logo. They really, really believe in the power of the bicycle, and that's what's really cool about that company. So when they, if you've been to Fort Collins, if you've seen their facility, and they have a new one in Asheville now, the culture just permeates throughout, but it's a bicycling culture, and it's about sustainability and what bicycling means to that, and how important it is to a greener, cleaner future for everybody. So it just resonates throughout their company, and their work to support advocacy organizations like ours has meant millions of dollars for better bicycling across this country. So really cool to see a video like that, and to see that somebody can win that bicycle, which is pretty cool. So if you happen to get one of these bikes, you are in very, very special company of a very select group of people that can only get them through the brewery and through opportunities like this. You can't go out and buy one of these. So it's pretty cool. And I'm excited and stoked for whoever gets this bike.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun looking at the past models they've made also, and seeing how like many of them kind of call back to the past, and then some like have been plopped down exactly like in the place they belong. But yeah, they've had some talented people designing such unique bikes, but I love this latest model.
Yeah, what fun.
Yeah. Cool. They have a ton of cool videos on this website. Maybe as the day goes on, I'll keep showing some New Belgium stuff, because now I'm so stoked about giving away that bicycle.
I hear that Jacob's going to join us in a moment. He's talking to the mayor, which is always great. Yeah, maybe we'll hear from the mayor, but he's at the scene of the Rose Creek Bikeway. Pretty great.
Cool. Jacob, should we join you? Awesome.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear or see me okay, but I'm here at the opening of the Rose Creek Bikeway. I'm not sure how to switch my camera around, so as you can see, the Bikeway has just opened, and we're really excited to be here. You just hopefully saw the press conference. And things have been going really well. It's a really great 2.2 mile connector that starts behind me here, starts up in La Jolla, goes down through connects Sorrento Valley through UC San Diego, and then goes through Rose Canyon, heads south, coming along here along Santa Fe. As we go further south, you get into Pacific Beach, and then it connects up to Mission Beach. So it's a really great connection for cyclists here. It's a really great day to be outside and to be an advocate for safe cycling. And not sure if Sylvie's here, not sure if Andy's here, but we're just really happy to be here. The Bikeway is absolutely beautiful. I'm not entirely sure how to switch my camera around, unfortunately. But yeah, you can see on the screen, this is the map. Starts up here just south of the 52 freeway. And where I'm standing is just a little further south. At the moment, there's this bridge that goes over Rose Creek, which you can see behind me. That's where I'm standing. And the Bikeway is absolutely smooth, really beautiful, really well designed. And it's great to be out here with Sandag today. Hey, Sylvie, I can see you.
Hi, Jacob. I used to have a job at UCSD, and so I would bike from mid-city to actually the college area to UCSD on a daily basis. And I took this a lot of times when it wasn't open yet. And so when Andy was talking about, like, I'd get off and I'd walk into this little space with my bike, put my bike back down, pedal a couple feet, get off again, lift up my bike. It's so cool seeing this completed finally, because this is such a nice connection to have. This is like, even when it wasn't opened, I was biking it because it was the safest way to get, up to La Jolla.
Absolutely, and you know what's great is that as during the press conference, the Sandak put out some cones on either side of the bridge where we're having the press conference just to stop cyclists from disrupting the press conference, and you can already see just how many people will really use this bikeway just based on so many people just trying to break through the press conference. But yeah, you know, it's a really great safe connector. And you know what's interesting is that you can see on the opposite side of it, on the actual street here, you have sharrows, and so those aren't the best. Those aren't the best infrastructure. There's much better infrastructure, such as separated, protected bikeways like this one here. And we're really excited to see this one come online. It's very nice. I haven't ridden all the way to the north side of it yet, but I took the bus here this morning to have the most green and most efficient transportation here possible, and so I took the bus right to the pathway, and it was perfect, super easy, very convenient. And you know, you're right. We're seeing a lot of students out here this morning using this to get from Pacific Beach up to UCSD, and then probably later today we'll see them come back down. So it's great to be here.
Jacob, do you have an e-bike with you today?
I do, but I'm sorry, I don't know how to switch my camera around on this one sorry, that takes me out of it. So I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it, but yes, here's my e-bike.
I was thinking about that because we've been building up to teaching an e-bike class as one of the education programs with the Bike Coalition, and it's just cool to see so many unique designs with e-bikes, and the fact that you can take that thing on a bus is awesome. I think a lot of people's like hesitancy sometimes is like, can I lift my bike onto the bus?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think Andy did a great video tutorial about how to lift your bike onto a bus, and that was super helpful. I watched that this morning just to get prepared for it, because you know you can get a little nervous. You know, the bus is sitting there, lifting up your bike is difficult, but you know, it was actually pretty easy. It was it felt a little sketchy at first, but my bike stayed on there the whole time. And you know, you're right about the different sizes of e-bikes. The e-bike that I have here is actually I mean, I wouldn't know this for sure, but it's a pretty large size e-bike. I would say that most e-bikes, at least some of the e-bikes that I've seen here today and I've seen on the bus, are smaller than this one. The person that was also on the bus with me that had a bike had a folding e-bike. So there's tons of different options when it comes to e-bikes, especially if you're gonna ride pair it with public transit, which is the best way to do it, honestly. So
Multimodal, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can pull up that video of Andy putting the bike on a bus, because that's just so useful to know how to do. Andy, do you want to pop back in and join us?
Yes, I do. Hey, Jacob, how are you?
Andy, good to see you.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I wish I was there with you. Way to go. I heard we watched the press conference. I mean, the mayor was there. The head of Sandag, the mayor of Encinitas, was there. Talk about how important it is to have their support and what this means to the overall network and what the network entails. Like, it's not just this 2-mile segment. Although we're opening this today, it's a small piece of a much bigger bikeway network, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is just one small piece of what will eventually become the coastal rail trail, stretching from Oceanside all the way to downtown San Diego. And so theoretically, you should be able to take your bike without really interacting with cars at all, from Oceanside to downtown San Diego. And so you're right, having Sheriff Lakespeare here, Mayor Todd Gloria, our wonderful advocacy partners at Bike-a-thon, as well as Dr. Jen Campbell, the council president. It really changes the way that we do things here. It really lets us know that our regional government is really working hard to have safe transportation options, safe alternative transportation options, biking, walking. They really prioritize it, and you could really see that here at Rose Creek today with just the amount of celebration, the amount of happiness, the amount of excitement that people have towards opening this new connector. So yeah, it's great to have these regional partners here today.
So great. And as we've said, because of the support of our advocates, years and years of advocacy got into what resulted in this ribbon cutting today. So much support over the years, so many meetings, so much work, and Sandag deserves a lot of credit for making this network happen and this opening today. But really, the support of our advocates we're so grateful for. So great reporting on the spot. And you're there live, so can't wait to ride it. And we'll throw it back to Sylvie.
Absolutely. I will say though, the important thing that I think of is I have Kyle's riding by here from Bike SD. The important thing that I think that's most important is Sandag has really listened to the concerns of cyclists, the concerns of the community when it comes to this bikeway, especially when you get further on and you get closer, because this bikeway has to pass underneath the 5 freeway and underneath some pretty big infrastructure. And it used to be that you have to get off your bike, cross the street, and Sandag has really done a good job of putting everything underneath it, so you just go right under the traffic. It's a really great connector, and it's great to be here on behalf of the coalition.
Was Chris Carter at there today? I'm sure he was.
There was a lot of people here, so
I just wanted to give a special shout out to Sandag's staffer who worked on this project through all the opposition and through all the details. It takes a ton of small details to get a bikeway put in, and Chris Carteret deserves a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chris. That's pretty awesome. Glad we're open.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be also, now that I'm seeing the train coming in behind me, this is going to be a really great connection to the MTS Blue Line that should be opening by the end of the year. The Blue Line trolley extension, which will run from the border at San Ysidro all the way up to UC San Diego. It actually will pass right behind me here, and there's a stop about half a mile south of me here. So this is going to be really great if you're coming from UCSD or downtown San Diego or the border with your bike and you want to stop somewhere, get off the train, and continue on your bike. You have a lot of safe options to do so.
Awesome. What an amazing morning. Great job, and thanks. A super exciting celebration during Bike Month.
Absolutely. Sorry, it's lovely to be out here. It's a beautiful day for a press conference. It's a beautiful day to be a cyclist here in San Diego. And that's my reporting.
Thanks, Jacob. Good to have you.
Jacob.
Well, Andy, I pulled up this video of you putting a bike on a bus. Should we watch it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Let's take a look.
Cool. Okay.
Hope I get it right.
Oh, we'll need sound. Okay, cool. Unless you want to talk again. Maybe you know the spiel.
Here it goes.
Hi everyone, Andy Hanshaw with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, here to talk to you today about how we safely load and unload our bike on an MTS bus. We're very proud to partner with MTS during National Bike Month to talk about combining your bike and bus trip and conveniently and safely getting around by both modes. And today we're going to show you how to put your bike on the bus. It's simple, it's quick, and so let's go take a look. Using the bike racks may seem a bit confusing at first, but it gets easy once you've tried it a couple of times. Here's what you need to do. First, when the bus arrives, wait for it to come to a full stop and alert the driver that you'll be loading your bike. It's very important that you always load your bike from the curb side and never from the street side to avoid exposing yourself to incoming traffic. To load your bike, begin by squeezing the handle to release the latch and fold down the rack. Next, place the bike into the proper slot and raise the support arm over the front tire so the hook rests on the bike's wheel. The hook should be placed as close to the front brake and head tube as possible to ensure safety and security of the bike. Don't forget to remove any loose items of your bike, such as water bottles, helmets, and pumps that may fall off while the bus is in motion. As a general precaution, we recommend that you keep an eye on your bike from time to time during your trip. After requesting a stop, please remind the driver that you have a bike on the rack. If possible, exit through the front and tell the driver that you'll be unloading your bike. To unload, raise the support arm from the tire. The arm will then automatically fold down to a secure position. You can now lift the bike from the rack. If there are no other bikes on the rack, please hold up the rack. The rack will lock into place. So remember, as we commute more and get back to work more, check out the Bike Coalition and all we have to offer for classes, events, and resources for helping you get around by bike. That's at www.sdbikecoalition.org. Thanks.
Wow, what a good video. That was actually so helpful.
Thank you, MTS, for inviting us to do that, because it really does show that combining your trips with bus and bike is not hard. It's safe, it's easy, it's fun, and it can really shorten your bike trip if you don't want to ride so far, or need to connect first on a bus, or finish your trip on a bike, whatever it is. But it's hopefully that will help people get over any sort of hesitation they might have about putting their bike on the bus, because it's pretty easy, and yeah, it's great. So bus, trolley, and that was one of the new electric buses from MTS too. So they have a whole new fleet of electric buses too. So shout out to MTS for collaborating with us on that.
I'm definitely enjoying showing off videos, because I feel like this is one of the best ways to show what we do, is like seeing things in action. And I have a couple of awesome videos we've made lately, because one of the big changes we've made is, since we can't teach classes, I mean, it'll switch somewhat. We will actual classes like in public again, but in the meantime, we've been doing a lot of so we've been making a lot of online content. But we just completed a couple of new bike safety videos, and I think I'm going to toss them up, because I'm so pleased with how they've come out, and I think this is some of the content that we've been unable to teach in the past, because we haven't just had lots of examples of people doing these things. So
that's great.
Yeah, let me show you all the latest video we got.
Cool.
So we've intentionally made all these videos with music, but no voiceover, so anybody can watch, even if they have a hearing impairment, and they can still follow along and really get what's going on. Next thing to come will be Spanish subtitles, and we'll be doing a couple of videos completely in Spanish as well. And then the fun fact about this is this music is all made on a bicycle. So it's just been like lots of sounds kind of sampled and looped, but completely by bike. Cool, just a little sneak peek. That's one of the videos we've made in the last couple weeks, actually. Let me see what else I've got to show you all. One of the things I love about making videos is that you can, take this little like slice of life that people often don't know about. And I guess slice of life maybe isn't the best colloquialism to use in this, but with biking, people usually think of it as a hobby. And that's one of the things the Bike Coalition is helping to, I guess, fix. I mean, it is a hobby. It's a lot of fun to bike, but it also is a way that people get places. And so knowing how to do that safely and lawfully is a big deal. So this is also a video that we recently made. It was filmed at a monthly class that we teach, the Smart Cycling class, which is a class that uses the League of American Bicyclists curriculum. And again, just like a 1-minute video that we made about the simple skill of like biking with one hand so you can safely signal. You know, I was just watching a dad and his son biking 2 days ago, and they got to a stop sign and they didn't signal. They kind of slowed down, but sometimes it's tough to watch, you know, adults not teach good lessons to kids when it comes to bike safety, because the risk is so high if you don't, you know, do these things the correct and legal way. And thankfully it was a, you know, quiet road and nothing happened. They made a left turn, you know, life went on. But that's the kind of place that I think just these like little tiny videos and the chances that the Bike Coalition gets to go to schools and, you know, to make these videos public is a really great way to just make sure people know those tiny little things that, you know, help you bike safely and stay seen and stay legal. Okay, I've got one last video to show. And I did some filming last weekend with some of the ladies in Black Girls Do Bike, and so we'll be using some of the footage that I took to make a video about how to safely navigate roundabouts on a bicycle. What I noticed filming that is that a lot of people don't know how to navigate roundabouts in a vehicle, let alone on a bicycle. So that's a video that I'm so excited to make public, because I think that's going to be really useful knowledge, especially in San Diego, because some of the latest changes that I've seen in Mid-City have been putting in all these new roundabouts and speed humps. Okay, we can only play that song so many times, but that's the latest. That's what we've been making. That's one of the things we've been doing at the Bike Coalition. Now, I've got a little bit of time to kill until Ollie joins us and begins fixing bikes live on YouTube with us. So what I was going to do with y'all is pack up some of the prizes that we'll be sending away to folks who have won things during Bike Month. In case you've kind of missed that little explanation, we've been doing this Bike Month challenge, and one of the components of the challenge is that you can get points and you can win things. And I'll toss this up so y'all can see it again. So the Bike Month challenge is put on with a website and an app that's called Love to Ride, and every week we have a different set of challenges and chances to win stuff. So on San Diego's local challenge page, you can see what's coming up. At the moment, it is WTF Week, which is Women Trans Femme Week, and anybody in San Diego is welcome to get on a bike, log a trip, and has a chance to win something. So what day is it today? It is May 26th. So today, the thing that we'll be giving out at the end of the day to someone who has logged one bike trip today, and that could be just like 10 miles of biking, which could even, you know, come out to like a mile total. I think that's what's so fun about this whole like Love to Ride gamification of cycling, is that it's not about going long distances and biking fast. It's just getting people to get out and bike. And once you get out, you kind of can't help but fall in love with it. And I think that's the place that we can make a big change in the cycling community, is just by inviting new people to bike and making it feel easy and fun. And then with time, you know, they get the equipment they need, they take a class, they find out how to bike commute. You know, maybe someday half of the population in San Diego isn't getting on the highway at 8 o'clock, but instead is getting on bikes and, you know, biking to the places they need to be. That's my goal anyway. So today we'll be giving out a Green Guru hip pack, and I have that with me. Cool, so I'm going to be packing this up and sending it off to someone, but this is such a cool company. So Green Guru donated this to us to give away as one of the Bike Month challenges. This is one of the companies that takes bike tube and additional like recycled cloth and makes things out of it. So it might not be totally obvious, but all of that is a piece of bicycle tube. This little decal is a nice piece of bicycle tube. And it's just this awesome like fanny pack, hip pack, beautifully sewn and designed. It's like big enough to fit a med kit in, big enough to fit a whole toolkit in. It also has this like place on the back that you could put it onto a belt if you wanted. So yeah, awesome bag. It could hang on a bike. It could go on someone's body. It could be attached to a second bag. I know that sounds kind of silly. I used to do a lot of backpacking, but sometimes having like my huge backpack and then a little backpack on the outside that could be my day pack was kind of the way to go. So totally cool. Someone's winning this bike bag. What else is coming up, you ask? Good question. May 28th. So in 2 days, we'll be giving away this Alchemy Goods bag. This one also, this is actually completely made out of bike tube. And you can like, you know, see up close. It's just a tube that was cut in half and then sewn piece by piece. Let's see what it's lined with. Ooh, yeah, the lining is nice. Oh, the fun thing about making bags with bike tube is that it's basically waterproof because, you know, the tube is just latex. Okay, let's check out the inside. So it's got a couple of pen pockets. Wow, it's tough to see this. I've got some finicky light coming in my window. It's got some pen pockets. It's got what looks like, you know, a notebook pocket. It's nice and adjustable. And I think it's got a zip pocket on this side too. Yeah, beautiful. This is an old seat belt. Oh, and that's an example of a bunch of the styles of bags and things they make. But yeah, again, Alchemy Goods is teamed up with Green Guru, and a lot of what they make is out of recycled things like bike tubes. You can actually contact these companies and you can donate bike tubes to them. Like you can send them bike tubes in the mail. My sense of it is that they usually have way too many bike tubes, but I know that a couple of local businesses also will collect bike tubes and send them off to companies to get them made into bags and things. So yeah, win some bags. Okay, let's go back to this list. What else am I giving away this week? I'm going to be packing up some bike lights today. Oh, I've got a couple of New Belgium bags that I'm giving away. Let's take a look at those. So if you've been watching this whole time, we showed a video that New Belgium made, which was all about the bicycles, the custom bikes that they make and they give to the employees. We have 2 custom New Belgium bicycles. One I'm going to be building today and giving it away to someone who won at the beginning of Bike Month. And then I have a second New Belgium custom 2021 bicycle that I'll be building next week, hopefully. And that one is also going to be given away to someone who's won a component of the Bike Month Challenge. But in the meantime, this is an additional New Belgium item. This I'm going to be raffling off at the end of the week. And this is also going to be something that someone wins this week as WTF week. So this is the New Belgium Bicycle Patagonia backpack. Cool. May 27th is when you can win this. So you log at least one ride on Love to Ride on May 27th. Anybody's welcome to do that, and you'll have a chance to win this bag. This one is a top-loading backpack, which I like a lot as a bicycle bag. Lined. Dun, dun, dun. You can tighten and loosen on the sides. It's got a place to put bottles on the sides with a little bit of elastic in it so nothing falls out. Yeah, this is a totally cool bag. Looks like it's got a zip on the top as well, so it's got a little like kind of brain top pocket. Cool stuff. Beautifully designed. Okay, someone's gonna win that. That's awesome. And then last little goodie, this I have one of because I like it so much, but this little guy is a bag that mounts onto handlebars. So it's got like Velcro on the back so you can mount it on so that it's stable. And it's one of those bags you can put like snacks in and a cell phone and bike tools and tubes. You know, just enough space to fit like all the things you might need to go out biking on a long day. But when you take it off, you can hold it like a little side bag, a little like satchel also. So totally cool. New Belgium Topo bag, Topo Designs. Let's put that back in the plastic because someone is going to win this. but they've got a couple days. This is going to sit in the sunshine until it gets packed up and mailed out to someone. And again, I'm spending a lot of my day online with y'all, just talking about what the Bike Coalition. I get asked that question a whole lot. In fact, last night I had someone come to my house to pick up a bicycle, because one of the things that we do is we take donations of bicycles, and I'll show you on the website the place this is happening. We take bike donations and we fix up those bikes and we give them back to folks in the community that need them. This was initially began as a bike match for kids. And I find that we do have a lot of kids, but especially it'll happen like through schools. So the, let's see, San Diego High School has asked to get a couple of bikes. I had a school contact us just last night that wants a couple of bikes that they can use and then give away to students. But occasionally we'll get adults in the community too that want a bicycle. And we have a wealth of bicycles in San Diego. A ton of people, you know, who've had a bike that they've stopped using, or then they've gotten a new bike, they have bikes they don't need, they give them away to us. So we have this fantastic collection. We have an apprenticeship program, so 5 people at a time who sign up and want to develop skills as a bike mechanic will come and join us, and on a weekly basis we teach them a lot of basic maintenance into advanced maintenance. They help us fix up those bikes, and then those bikes get given away. So like I was saying, I had someone come by my house last night to pick up a bike, and she was totally honest. She was like, thanks so much, this is so cool, but I just actually don't know what you guys do. Like, I'm excited that you have a bike to give me, but I don't get what the Bike Coalition is. So if anybody's tuning in and doesn't get what the Bike Coalition is, that's what this whole day is about, just explaining what we do, showing you what we do. But basically, we're an advocacy organization that was founded in 1987, and we stepped up to be a voice for San Diego cyclists, so that they had, you know, one kind of like body that was going to speak on behalf of what they need. And initially that was things like, you know, getting bike lanes put in, getting multi-use paths put in, getting things like the Rose Creek Bikeway completed and designed in a way that actually is going to be useful to cyclists. But we've expanded in huge ways since then. So that's the advocating side of it. We also do a ton of education. So as time went on and the Bike Coalition evolved, we began getting local and also national grants that we could use to teach free classes. We, at the moment, have a grant with Sandag iCommute, and all of the funding for that goes to teaching bike classes in schools and teaching bike classes to any business in San Diego, which is massive. I mean, in the whole county, any business that signs up, we will go to and teach a class. In the past, that meant actually showing up, you know, with a bicycle with a bunch of tools and being in that company's space, teaching them about bike safety, a little bit about bike maintenance, how to do a basic kind of check. We also have local businesses with the closest bike shop to them and find ways to get all of those employees a little bit of bike maintenance so that anybody who is bike commuting can keep doing that safely. Teaching in schools, though, is one of the things that I think a lot of us like the most, because you get to go into a class with, you know, 60 to 300 kids, and it's really fun to engage with that many people about something that we love so much and something that as a kid is so influential. When I got into biking, I was about 12, and I noticed immediately that, like, I didn't have to take the bus if I was going to bike, and I had all this independence, so I could leave when I wanted to get to school. I could bike home, I could make stops along the way, I could go visit people. That was so fun when I was a kid. And then I got into long distance cycling, and that was completely game changing, because I realized that my bike was my means to like go absolutely any place. And as long as I could toss a little bit of like, you know, clothing and food on my bike with me, I could spend days out biking. So I biked the West Coast in let's see, I guess that was 2009, 2010, did it in about a month. And I'd been on a couple of like bike tours at that time, but that one was, that was pretty eye-opening, just getting to see the whole West Coast by bike and realizing how much of it is totally bikeable, and also like how state to state and city to city the ways that people in vehicles deal with cyclists changes. So one of the classes that we also teach, and I'll pull this up, so I'm going to the events page on the Bike Coalition's website. We teach a class that is aimed at folks who don't bike, but people who have to interact with cyclists on a daily basis. So the bicycle-friendly driver class is something that's totally awesome. I think it's great when cyclists take it, because a lot of the people that bike also own a vehicle, will also be in this situation of having to navigate and share the roads with vehicles. And a lot of people just don't know how to do that safely, even if they bike all the time. When you switch positions, suddenly you have this machine that goes fast, and you stop thinking about things like signaling and switching lanes legally and lane positioning and all of this stuff that a cyclist has to be so conscious of to be safe and visible and predictable. So this class that we'll be teaching in the end of June specifically is aimed at the 55 and up population. And a lot of times we'll get asked to teach classes to specific populations. We've noticed that by calling people in to take a class with us is one of the best ways to make people feel really invited and included, and feel like that class is going to be something that they want to take. So the 55 and up class is something we got asked to teach because San Diego, the city of San Diego, as well as many communities in San Diego, have been becoming age-friendly communities. It's a designation that you get by teaching classes, doing surveys, doing events focused on the 55 and up population. And in one of the recent surveys they did, one of the biggest things they noticed was that that population wants access to yoga and meditation classes. Awesome. I can't help with that though. But a lot of them also want to know about cycling. They want to know how they can get back into biking if they haven't biked in a while, and they want to know how to be safe with cyclists because they see this bike boom happening. And they know that we all have a little bit of responsibility when it comes to keeping people's bodies safe on the roads. So that's the point of this class, and that's the population that we'll be kind of focusing on. But it's an all ages class. Anybody is welcome. With all the free classes we teach, all you have to do is sign up on the web page. Usually you see a little button someplace. You click the link and you join us. And then we teach most of these classes on Zoom still, so really easy and accessible to be like sitting at home, eating a meal and joining us on a class. What else do we have this week? What a good question. So I'm teaching a special bike fitting 101 class, which is going to be on Friday. And the special thing about this class is that we'll be joined by Olympic medalist Nelson Vales. So bike fitting is one of the newest classes that we've gotten into teaching. It feels so silly to be teaching this one online, but you can show people a lot about bike adjustment, in a well-designed presentation. And also we take advantage of I'll usually set up a bike someplace in my house and I'll use that. So I'm on video, making these changes to my bike actively. I was with somebody last week actually, and she showed up with a bike and we had planned to do a photo shoot, but the bike she had just wasn't really set up yet to be something that she was comfy biking any more than a couple miles on. What had happened was she bought somebody else's used bike. It was just a little bit too big, and instead of swapping things out, she had just made some little adjustments to make the bike as comfy as she could. So it needed a new stem. The bike was way too long, and instead of getting a new stem, because she just hadn't had a chance to yet, she tilted the handlebars up and she'd moved the saddle up to kind of meet so that her whole body was going to be a little bit more scrunched up the bike. But just moving the saddle on the bike doesn't do what people think it does. It doesn't just move you close to the cockpit and the handlebars. Moving the saddle up instead changes the position between, or the geometry between your hips and knees and feet. And so every time you pedal, you end up pushing your kind of knee and leg down, and you should be pushing, the patella, the bone in the knee should be exactly lined up with the ball of the foot and the axle of the pedal. But instead, if you put the seat up way too much, you end up pushing your knee over and past the axle of the pedal and like past the ball of your foot, which can do a lot of knee damage pretty quickly. So getting back to bike fitting, a lot of the stuff we actually can talk about in a class, people can assess at home, and then they can go into a bike shop with the knowledge they need to say, this is the place I'm feeling pain, this is the stuff I think I want to change, can you help me make those changes happen? A lot of people also don't know that bike fitting is a thing, that bikes don't come as a kind of one size fits all. If you've bought a bike that is the size you need, that's not the end of it, because we all have such unique bodies. I'm only 5'5", but I've got long enough legs that I usually fit on like a medium-sized mountain bike. I fit on about a 52, 53 centimeter road bike, which is about the same size that, I mean, a guy who's like, 5'8" to like 5'11" might fit on the exact same size bike as me. But that's the only place about my body that's, unusually sized. And so everything else I have to adjust to like fit the kind of normal proportioned components of my body. Okay, I am going to queue up one. Actually, folks that have just tuned in with us, what I'd love to show you all again is the MTS video of Andy at the Bike Coalition putting a bike on a bus. So let me see if I can find that again. Well, it might take me a minute. Oh, but this is a good point. So again, talking about what the coalition does, how the Bike Coalition is getting out in San Diego and hopefully benefiting people in a pretty significant way. We spent a whole month talking about bike theft and that kind of advocacy. So we went on YouTube Live once a week and did a little video that was focused on why bike theft happens, how people steal bikes, why people steal bikes, how to potentially get them back, and also ways to keep them safe. So I'm just going to show you a little bit of this video. I'm going to keep it silent because it's mostly just a video of Kevin and I. Kevin is one of the staff. It's the two of us basically dismantling a bike, discussing how easy that is to do, and then going back in and talking about the ways to successfully lock it so that you don't have components of the bike stolen. Bike theft in San Diego has been a big issue recently, and a lot of people brought this to the attention of the Bike Coalition, and so we connected with Bike Index, which is a national organization that basically helps people to keep a log of the bikes they own. And then if a bike gets stolen, they have a really amazing social media system to announce that publicly, as well as this huge list of all the bikes that belong to somebody, in each city. And you can go in and you can look up the bike that okay, cool. I love that video. This is so funny. So yeah, that's how simple it is if someone just locks the wheel to take a whole bike. It took seconds and all I had to do was disconnect the wheel and walk off with it. Anyway, Bike Index. I'll show you that link at some point, but all of my bikes I have listed on Bike Index. I had a couple bikes stolen that I hadn't put on Bike Index yet. I went back in, I added them to Bike Index, and what happens now is if someone finds one of my stolen bikes, they can take the bike, type in some info that they see about it. So one of my stolen bikes, in case anyone's out looking, is an all-city Macho Man. It's shiny green. It's a flat bar 1x11. Really cool gravel bike. But you could type in all those details on Bike Index. My bike would pop up. It would say it was stolen in San Diego, Thanksgiving weekend, and this is how you contact Sylvie because she needs that bike back. So pretty cool system that we should all be taking advantage of. But in a big city like San Diego, the more people that get on Bike Index and list the bikes that they own, the less likely it is that if they get stolen, you'll never see them again. Having this system of being able to show that a bike actually belongs to you is really beneficial. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you a little bit of sound, but go ahead and enjoy this silly video of us locking, unlocking, and fake stealing bikes.
There's no such thing as a perfect lock. There's no such thing as an unstealable bicycle. Every single one, there's some way to defeat it. Some ways take longer than others. Some ways are easier and harder. And so our goal is to just make it harder for a bike to be stolen using the best tools we can.
So I just want to point out with this one, I see this a lot. I love this. So in essence, nothing on the bike is actually locked. My chain, my bike lock is going all the way around the frame, not inside of it. And so I can basically take off my wheel and slide this off of the bike, and I have the whole bike. Just wanted to show you that one quickly, but now I'm going to actually lock a kind of the most common thing people do when they just like hop inside a shop. And I'm going to begin taking things off. And in the meantime, Kevin's going to tell you a little bit about some of the most common places that bikes get stolen, and I'll pass it off to you.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, being someone who's involved in bicycling for as long as I have, I definitely have known people who've had bikes stolen, and I get told stories about them a lot. And I feel like the one that I hear the most often always starts with the phrase, "I was only going to be gone for a second. I was just running into the store for 5 seconds." And so every single time, normally that I use a bike lock, I do it the perfect way. But this one time is the one time that I didn't lock it up all the way, because I knew I was just going to run inside, grab a bottle of water, and come right back out. And those 20 seconds, those 30 seconds that it takes to run inside and grab that bottle of water is more than enough time for someone to grab the bike and walk away. And absolutely do not rely on someone else walking by saying, "Hey, is that your bike? Prove it." You know, because that's not anybody else's responsibility to do that for you. And it's absolutely, can be uncomfortable and dangerous to try and convince someone about that stuff. And I will say, inappropriate sometimes. I've seen on Nextdoor and apps like that where, there's these posts about, "Oh, I saw someone riding a bike that looked too nice for them. Should we call the police about it?" And that seems like the wrong thing to do. So in order to prevent any of the...
Okay, I'll keep this video playing, but yeah, this is an example of one of the things that the Bike Coalition has done recently is, and again, this is not just us showing you how to steal a bike. The point is, it's simple. I mean, people that know just a little bit about bike maintenance, have a couple of tools, can steal a bike in a couple of, and I've seen videos of people who walk up to a bike outside, like attempt to look as sketchy as they can, and take a bike and no one says anything. And that's okay. Like, people don't want to, confront folks about stuff like that. But the point is, as individuals, if you have a bike you love, you can do a whole lot to keep it safe. So that was a little bit of this campaign a couple months ago. Each week we had a little video. We talked to somebody about bike theft, and we made a lot of suggestions about the ways that folks can, keep the bikes they love safe. So I do want to show you all what Bike Index is all about, because this was kind of the whole point of this campaign we got going on, was to get people on Bike Index. So we set up a San Diego Bike Index page, which I won't take you to. You don't need to see it. But basically, this is the website. You hop in and you can add all the details you have about a bike that you've got. Let's see if I can easily just log into my account and I can show you some of my bikes. Dum dum. Okay. Actually, this is the cool thing. So this is the place you can show that a bike was stolen. I'm not excellent at navigating this website yet, gotta be honest. I've only used it a couple times when I've really had a need to, and that's the point. It exists if you need it. It's fine if you don't use it if you don't need it. But if you have a bike that's stolen, you can just hop on the website and you can list that bike as stolen. You put all the details in immediately. What's cool about this is that the system that most of us use is, you call up the police. If you decide to do that at all and you say, "I had my bike stolen," they'll have you file a police report. It takes a couple days to actually get into the police system. And in the meantime, if someone's stolen a bike, they could sell it off to somebody within 10 minutes and it could just be gone. So being able to immediately say you had a bike stolen, get it on Bike Index, get them to help you do a big social media push, and then have all that bike's info listed in a place that anybody else can go on to this catalog and find it is amazing. In the last couple weeks, I actually picked up a stolen bike. I saw somebody walking with it. The bike was many sizes too small. It had clipless pedals and just lots of nice components on it. And so I talked to the guy about it, and he was like, "Yeah, I just bought this bike cheap. No, it's not mine. Yeah, I think it was stolen." So it was a blue Giant. And I checked a couple weeks ago. I haven't checked since then, but let's see if anybody has listed that bike as stolen. Dun, dun. And this is kind of shocking. I mean, in the last week, a ton of bikes have been stolen. Yeah, this is just 1 week. And this is not just in San Diego. This is, I'm seeing like nationally the places that bikes have been stolen. Wow, that actually looks a little bit like it. I don't think that's the one though. But it's pretty cool. You can just hop on and like find all these people's stolen bikes, and then, you know, ideally get in touch with them and let them know if you found it. Some police use this system as well. I'm hoping to get San Diego police way more involved in Bike Index, but at the moment, UCSD is using Bike Index, and a couple of bike shops use it as well. When bike shops use it, that's the place that I think it has the most impact, because anytime they sell a bike, they can get that bike set up on Bike Index almost instantaneously. If you buy the bike, all you have to do is go home, make that Bike Index account, and then, again, this bike belongs to you. You have evidence of it on the Bike Index page. Totally cool. Okay, oh, you know what? Ollie just joined us. Let's see if he's with us yet. Ollie is the outreach coordinator, and was telling you all a little while ago, one of the things we've been doing is this bike match in San Diego, getting bikes to kids, getting bikes to adults, getting bikes to anybody who doesn't have one and needs one, and helping collect people's bikes that they just, you know, don't want. So what Ollie is doing is teaching some folks how to fix bikes so he can then give them away to kids in the community. Ollie, you want to join us? Give me a thumbs up if I should pull you in. Cool. Okay. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hello. How's it going? Sorry, I was adjusting the bike stand. Hello.
Cool. Ollie, can you tell us about this space?
Yeah, so this is the workshop. I'm going to see if I can actually move around the camera really quick. Excuse my thumb.
We've got a little bit of feedback, but that's okay. That's expected. It's an outside space, and it's next to the highway.
Yeah, welcome. As you can tell, there's a lot of bikes in here. I'm not sure if you're seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
A ton of bikes.
Yeah, tons of bikes, tons of tools. We've got the setup here, the little mise en place. But yeah, this is where we do our apprenticeship program. It's where I spend a decent amount of time. Now you're looking at a piece of sheet metal for a storage container.
Okay.
There we go. I think we can see me now. Perfect. Yeah, excuse the thumbs. I might have to do that every so often because I'm on my phone. But yeah, basically, we come out here every Friday, and I work with people local to San Diego, just like teaching them how to fix bikes. You know, with this sort of goal of saving people money, but then also, you know, sharing a skill. One of the things that I've always felt about like repairing bikes is that there isn't this like perfect, you know, source of truth. There's like a lot of manuals online. There's a lot of websites online that'll teach you like DIY sort of techniques. There's a lot of like, you know, technical spec sheets that can get really confusing if you're just like the average person. And so, yeah, sort of just trying to make bike repair more accessible to people. You know, the goal is to get high school kids and middle school kids in here as well, do some sort of mentorship program with them. Basically the same idea, sharing, you know, mechanical skills, but also, you know, hopefully being a good role model and giving them a skill that they can take on throughout their lives, as well as a vocational skill. I studied linguistics in college, and I remember coming out and being like, oh, the job market's terrible. So I ended up working as a bike mechanic for a while, even after college. It kind of like saved my life, man. But no, it really did give me an opportunity to like get roots. So yeah, that's the apprenticeship program. And today I'm going to be fixing a bike, giving it a bit of a tune-up. It looks like it's in perfect condition, but it's actually in need of a little bit of repair. Before we go any further, I have to do the classic like YouTube intro. So, hey, what's up? What's going on, you guys? welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream. We're doing this to support our Bike Month fundraiser. If you haven't already, please consider donating at sdbikecoalition.org/donate. You'll pay me, you'll pay our staff, but also you'll be paying yourself, because we do so much for bicycle infrastructure, bike education courses, the whole nine. So yeah, Sylvia, you're still there? I'm assuming you're still behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm behind the scenes. I'm attempting to show people the donate page, but I mistyped the link. That could have gone bad, but
I'll say it again as though we're like a podcast app. That's SD Bike Coalition, sdbikecoalition.org/donate. Yeah. And if you put in the coupon code OLLIE at checkout, you'll get 0% off for your donation. No, but actually what's really cool about the donation or our fundraiser is every $5 you donate, you get put into a raffle, and then every $60 that you donate, you get a sweet Bike Month t-shirt. I was going to wear mine, but then I realized I was going to be around a bunch of grease, and it's white. I don't want to destroy that. But yeah, check those out. That's sort of the mock-up. It looks really similar, except it's not a cartoon. You can get it in person. And yeah,
it looks a lot like that. It looks almost just like that.
It's funny because like that graphic I remember seeing, it's like, wow, that's really cool. And we got him in. I was like, it looks exactly like the graphic. But yeah, you get to rep the fact that you ride bikes. You get to rep us, which is big. And yeah, there's a bunch of fun stuff that you can win with a bunch of fun gear from our sponsors. What else can I do to shout out our sponsors? Oh, you know what? I have one. Big shout out to Jensen for giving us these repair stands. I'm not using it because I kind of came in here and set up whichever stand was closest. But they gave us a bunch of these for our apprenticeship program. Oh my god. And yeah, they've been super useful. They come with this little handy tool tray. What else do we got? Oh, we got a hat. Hold on, let me grab it.
Yeah, the Bike Coalition basically gets funding in a couple ways. A lot of that funding comes from membership donations. Membership is free, but once you join, you get access to a couple of local discounts. You get to see what's happening in the Bike Coalition, so kind of helpful insights on a monthly basis through the great classes and events and stuff we have going on. So that's one place we get funding. But second place is grant funding. All of that is pretty restricted in how it gets used. So we'll have grants that allow us to teach classes in specific places to specific people and make all that totally free to the public. But again, sometimes we'll have a grant that says you can only teach this kind of class in the city of San Diego. And then, yeah, the final thing is we do hook up with some amazing companies like Jensen USA, like New Belgium, who we've been talking about a bunch, and they'll help us fund specific programs. Outride, yeah, SD Foundation. So, yeah, but what you all contribute is really significant because that definitely helps us keep going and keep the kinds of classes and advocacy and programming that you want available. But yeah, let's pick some bikes, Ollie, and I'm going to pack up some month ride prizes.
No more sponsorship shout-outs? Got it.
Oh, we'll keep shouting out. We got plenty of people to shout out to, but I'm excited about doing something else. I'm excited about making something, changing someone's life with a bike.
Okay, so so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put on gloves because I'm scared of dirt now. Sometimes there's you're using some chemicals or whatever, and I've dried out my hands way too much by not wearing gloves. Reusable gloves are good. Nitrile gloves are also good. Nitrile gloves can kind of rip sometimes, but flexibility, tactility, it's something that you can really feel what you're working on. And I hate that sensation of having gloves that are super thick. So anyways, so where are we gonna start here? So there's a few things that I'm noticing on this bike already. and they're pretty big. I hope you can see it, but the first one is that we don't have any shifting cables. Rather, we do, but they're cut, they're broken, so this bike can't shift. The next one, and you probably won't be able to see this from where the camera is. Excuse my thumbs for a second, but I'll change the camera around here. Oh, wrong one. And back camera. Perfect. Oh, come on, back camera. Give me back camera. There we go. Yeah, so if you notice, the tread here is backwards. You want the tread of your tires to be facing the direction that you'll be traveling. So in this case, since we're going forward, this tread is facing the right direction, whereas this guy is not facing backward. Sometimes you'll see on tires, they'll have like some writing. You can kind of see that. Every so often they'll have an arrow that says like direction or like mount this way. I don't believe this one has that. So we'll be flipping that around. We'll also be just cleaning the bike. It's got a lot of dirt and grime on it. We're going to be doing like a whole checkup, tune-up, that kind of deal. So cool. I'm going to put this back on the wall. Prepare for thumbs and face. There we go. My phone freaks out so much every time I change this around. Okay, perfect. Okay, so where are we going to start? Well, I think we should start with the easy stuff. So I'm going to take the wheel off. Oh, that's a big old motorcycle. I don't know if you can hear that. So yeah, I'm going to take the wheel off, and I'm going to flip around the tires so the tread is facing the right direction. I'm also going to clean up the wheel a little bit. It's just kind of gross and dirty. And I don't like to give away bikes that are, or give people bikes that are like gross and dirty or like all rusty. Sometimes we don't always have the perfect part. So I'm a big believer in this idea that obviously a bike is a bike, but you want to give people quality bikes. You want to give them something that is going to basically make them have to repair it. Because then, are you really giving them a bike? So yeah, the first step I'm doing, actually, I kind of jumped ahead of myself here. So I'm disconnecting the brakes just to allow me to pull out the wheel. And I'm going to take this guy, which is a 15 millimeter wrench. You can see that. Because this back wheel has a solid axle. That's usually a measurement. Older bikes sometimes use like 14 millimeter. There's just so many standards throughout the history of bikes. That's one of the things that I always found really, I wouldn't say confusing, but challenging about being a bike mechanic is you also have to learn about bike history because it'll be from decade to decade. So you'll get a bike that was made a few years ago, and it's it uses this type of standard. And then you'll get a bike that was made in the 70s, and it's a totally different tool standard. Sometimes it only takes certain parts. So that's always a fun time. Cool, so I'm just getting my workspace prepared here a little bit. So, the tread. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the air out of this tube and tire, just to allow me to pop it off. So I'll take the cap off here. And I can use my finger to push down on the valve. This is tough. Yeah, okay, so you can kind of see it. There's this small little dot here. That's what I'm going to push down on. That's basically what's going to allow me to bleed air out of the tire. So I'll press that down with my pinky. Oh. And with the sorting head. I can also just get a small Allen key. So I'll do that. These are Allen keys. Not a tool person. I'm just going to push that down. There we go. And we are draining air now. Perfect. Keep going with that. Cool. Okay. So the next step is I'm going to get a tire lever. So I'll show you what that looks like. Here is a tire lever. This one is made by Pedro's. A lot of companies make them. Don't buy the expensive ones because they all basically break. There are a few cool ones that are like metal or highly reinforced, but in general, they're like $2-3, sometimes more. And the idea is that it has this like little spoon, sort of like concave shape. I'm going to grab that and stick it underneath the bead of the tire. That's the bead. And now what we're going to do is we're going to run that across the side wall. And what I'm doing is I'm disconnecting the bead of the tire. Trying to carry down some of this information. So the reason why I'm doing that is because this is what's called a clincher tire. So what that means, without getting super technical, is that this bead here, so this little like wire frame guy, there's actually metal underneath the rubber, and so when you inflate the tire, it'll basically hook on to the surface of the rim. I don't know if you can kind of see it there, but there's a little lip here, right around this area. And so when you inflate your tire, that's what keeps the tire from exploding off. And so that's why this guy is really useful. There's a bunch of different tires out there, and tube systems. You have tubeless systems. You have oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. Tubular. Tubular systems are weird because it's actually like a tire, but it's got a tube sort of like sewed onto it, and then you like glue it on. Triathlon people are really into that. I appreciate that. I can see why it's valuable for them, but it's a nightmare for us bike mechanics. Any sort of damage or like a glue that's not working properly, oh my god, it will take like hours and hours and hours. I've had lots of bad experiences with tubulars, with people, coming in like the next day, they're like, "Hey, is it ready?" And you think it's really simple, but it's like, oh, the glue hasn't cured yet, and that's kind of an odd response. So I'm also noticing here that we have a lot of grime on the freewheel here. This is your freewheel. So what I'm going to do, oh yeah, you can actually see my finger. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some degreaser, some bicycle chain degreaser. This guy. I'm going to spray it on there, and I'm going to wipe it down with a cloth that I don't care about, a shop cloth, shop towel. You can get these basically at any hardware store or like AutoZone for super cheap, and they'll go a long way. So let's do that. I'm trying to do this in a way where you can see it. So I'm going to grab this, spray this down a little bit. You can already see like it's like starting to drip off, which is pretty gross. And now I'll take this shop towel and just rub around the freewheel, really trying to get in between the gears to get some of that grime that's like stuck in there. What's really helpful as well is there's actually some brushes. I have one around here somewhere. Aha! Yes, this brush. So this is a freewheel or cassette cleaning tool. I know it's got like some sort of technical name, but it's just got a brush on one end and this little spiky end on the other. The idea of the spiky end is so you can really get into the grime here. What you'll notice that I'm doing is I'm actually going away from my body right now. I just don't want to get some of that grime on me. And also, the way that freewheel works is it spins backwards. That's what you hear when you're pedaling and you stop pedaling, you like coast. That's where the clicking comes from. But also it locks when you try and twist it to the right. And that's how your chain makes you go forward. So I'm using that action and that sort of principle to make my job of cleaning this a little bit easier. It's resisting me here so I can really get in there. I'm going to do the spiky end in between every single cog here. And then eventually I'll switch over to the brush. I'll start to brush that off, and then I'll finish it off with the shop towel. just to like make it a little bit prettier. So, what else can I tell you about this? Okay, so a freewheel is sort of an older system. It used to be the sort of standard for your cogs back here, your gears, your sprockets. But eventually what the bike world decided was that, so underneath this actually is a very, very small surface. There's a few like threads. It would be right here. And so this is actually screwed on to those threads, but it's only like 5 or 6 sort of threads, and the amount of force that you're putting down when you pedal it is pretty insane. It's your body weight plus the amount of force that you have to put down to, propel your body weight forward. And so what would happen a lot is that those threads would eventually just get all worn out, break, and then you would need a whole new wheel. So eventually, the cassette system was built to basically support, your gears with a larger axle and allow it to sit on more on a surface. I'm trying to think of a good example. I wish I had the tool to take this out. I might. Let me check. Oh, in luck? We are in luck. Nice. So, this is a freewheel tool, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I like to call the BFW, the big freaking wrench. And so I'm going to use that tool. It goes in, there's some teeth on it, and I will loosen it. I'm going to do this a little bit off camera though, because I need to brace it. You might hear me talk to the bikes or the tools. It's not that I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. But actually, pro tip, if you need the bikes to cooperate with you, just talk to them. I've always found that very helpful. Okay, so this is like rusted on. I don't want to cause damage, so I might not be able to show you that. Maybe Sylvie might be able to show you from behind the scenes. Like pulling up a web page of sorts. I don't know if she's still around. But anyways, the other fun thing about this system is that once one of these sprockets breaks or maybe it has a bunch of damage, basically you just have to replace the whole thing. And so the cool thing about modern bikes and cassettes is that you can choose to replace just one. You'll suffer a lot less in terms of the price. And in terms of how long it takes to fix your bike. So I'm actually not going to be able to take that freewheel off. And in this case, I don't think I really need to. Maybe I'm just getting a little excited trying to show you what it's like. But yeah, and that's one of the things that I think is really important to mention as well, is as you start to fix bikes, you start to realize, like, for something like this, the wheel is in good condition, and this freewheel is spinning really nice and freely. Once they get really worn out, or maybe they get damaged, they'll sort of seize up. I'm not really seeing it, so I'm not going to have to take it off and replace it. I think I'm just going to clean it. So yeah, now I'm using the brush. Getting closer to it being less gross and dirty. Oh my god, now I can see the spaces in between the sprockets now. It used to be just covered in gunk. And these sort of sprocket cleaner tools, these brushes, they're really nice to have. They're a little bit fancy. They're not too expensive. I think they're like $10. You can get them on like Amazon, or you can get them at like your local bike shop. I highly encourage you to support your local bike shop. Don't always resort to Amazon. Sometimes, you got to. You don't have to do that sometimes. But aside from not supporting your corporate overlords, you'll also be supporting your local bike shop who's going to stock quality products for you and is going to be there for you in case you have a mechanical issue. And in general, you never know what kind of quality you're going to get online. Your local bike shop, on the other hand, it's in their best interest to sell you quality parts, quality tools. And that's something that I had to learn the hard way. Was I ordered a tool once, from a big online retailer, and it broke the first time I tried to use it. And that was a super huge bummer. I spent like $20 and it just went straight down the drain. And so that was a lesson that I learned. And I hope that you don't have to learn it that same way. Now what I'm doing is I'm using the shop cloth, and I'm just getting in between the sprockets again. It's kind of hard to show you this technique. I'm going to bring the camera down. Okay, cool. So what I'm doing is I'm getting this edge of the shop cloth, and I'm getting it right in between the teeth and spinning the freewheel at the same time. That'll get a lot of those crusty bits out of there as well. I don't know if this is like a technique that they'll teach you. I just kind of started doing it at my first bike job, which was at UCSB at the Associated Students Bike Shop. If any of you guys are watching, hello, how's it going? And yeah, shout out to them. They're a great bike shop. They serve the UC Santa Barbara bike community. If you're a student at UCSB, you kind of have to have a bike. It's just so ubiquitous. And so, yeah, that was my first bike job. And I gotta say, I've been to a lot of bike shops throughout California. I've worked at a few of them. By far the busiest. We would get through like hundreds of people every day. So that was like sort of a trial by fire. But they had a very cool model, It was all student run, and basically it was, an older student would pair up with a younger student, a new mechanic, and they would teach you what they know. Cool. So now that's a lot cleaner. And what we'll do in a second is we'll clean the chain as well. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the tire back on as well as the tube and get that tread going the right way. So I'll take my gloves off for a second because they are full of degreaser and grease. I'll clean off my work surface. I try not to be a neat freak. Oh, I don't know if you can hear the ambulance. I try not to be a neat freak when I fix bikes, but it's definitely helpful. You'll save yourself a lot of time, cleaning up. Taking off the gloves right now, for example, to put on the tire, is basically something that I learned because when I first started working at a professional bike shop, the people I used to work with got like really mad at me because I was like smudging the tires with grease and dirt, and people are really big on having their tires nice and clean. So that was a learning experience for sure. Cool. So what I just did was. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the cassette, right? And I'm also going to look at the direction of the tread. So this wheel can only be mounted with the gears facing the camera, facing me. That's because it has to interact with the chain, right? So that's a really good indicator. Like, I'm not going to put it on there, because then how are you going to pedal, right? So what I'm doing is I'm thinking, okay, well, wheel's going to be traveling this way. So then I'm going to think about the tread. It's mirrored, so it's a little bit hard to get what I'm saying. But I'm going to get that tread facing forward now. And so the way to put back on a tire is relatively simple. You're going to start with, just a little piece. And hook it on into the middle there. So you see that? Yeah. And now I'm going to just go around a circle using my thumbs, pushing forward. That's a big one. Some people like to teach that you should be pushing the tire up to get the tire on there, so using your thumbs to push it up. Not the case. You'll break your thumb that way, and you'll also like skid your thumbs. It's the worst. Push forward, and by that I mean this. Don't know why. I think it's like a physics concept, but it just works way better. Another big one. This isn't that important because it's like an older bike, but people are really big about this. So as you can tell, the tube or the valve is going to come through here. Some people really like to line up the logos on their tires. Now this isn't like a premium tire, so it doesn't have fun logos. But if it does, you'll see that on a lot of bikes where they have like premium tires. That's another thing that I learned. I was just kind of throwing on the tires, however, and at that pro bike shop, they're like, "Hey, you gotta really do that correctly." Cool. So now I'm gonna grab my tube. I'm going to inflate this just a tiny bit. So I'll grab my pump like that. I should move down the camera a bit actually. Cool. I'm gonna bring this up there. So I usually want to do this one-handed, but I'm just gonna fill this up just a tiny bit until the tube is a little bit solid. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that it's manageable, so I can like move it around and really push it around and push it into the tire and the wheel. Some people like to put them in like completely flat, like when there's no shape to them. That's the perfect way to get a pinch flat. A pinch flat is when either you are installing the tube or when you're riding, you basically get the tube pinched on a surface. It could be the tire, it could be the rim, it could be a lot of different things. And it'll get pinched, and then you'll move the tire around, and you'll get this like sort of like snake bite looking thing on the inside of the tube. That's usually what will cause like a slow leak. So you'll fill it up at night, and then you'll wake up the next day and it's completely flat. You got a slow leak. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the valve stem, which is this guy here. I'm going to find the hole for the valve. Oh, it's so hard doing this mirror. Yeah. So I'm going to grab this, pull back the tire. There we go. There it is. And pop this in. And once I'm done popping that in, I'm going to grab the tire and basically stuff this tube all around in a circular motion. I'm just sort of tucking this into the tire. I'm not doing anything yet to get the tire fully on there. And something that happens sometimes is maybe you'll overfill the tube. You won't be able to tuck it in. If that's the case, you can just bleed out a little bit of air. But it looks like I got this one pretty dead on. Cool. So now what we have is a tire and a tube in there. But if you notice, that bead is still not on there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to do this off camera, but I'm going to use my thumbs. I'll brace it like this. I'm going to, oh, actually I can do it like this. I'm going to grab my thumbs, and I'm going to push the tire bead onto the rim. Very important here. Another sort of common mistake that I see a lot is people will start at the valve, and that's sort of like an instinct, I would say. But actually, you want to start on the bottom, on the complete opposite, and that is because once you are pushing the tire bead onto the rim, what will happen is the tube will actually get caught on that space. So I'll show you a little quick trick to avoid flats and avoid pinching your tube that way. So I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm just using my thumbs to push this forward. I do that in a sort of counterclockwise, clockwise, whatever, in a circular motion. And you'll start to feel it get tighter once you have most of it on there. So you can see it, you know, this section is not on there. Start to get a little bit more challenging. But again, I'm just pushing forward with my thumbs. And great, now we have a fully mounted tube and tire. Another big one, and this is that special trick that I was talking about, is I'm actually going to grab my finger and I'm just going to push the valve up and down, just to make sure that it's not pinched in between the bead and the rim. It'll save you a lot of trouble. The other one I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the valve stem is relatively straight. So I see this a lot, is you'll have it sort of like at an angle. It's a really good way to get it flat. So what I'm doing is I'm just sort of grabbing the tire and making sure that the valve is nice and straight. And that way when I inflate it, it doesn't come out at an angle and push against the metal surface. So now I'm going to pump this up. Do that off camera. Oh, actually, big teaching moment here. Here we go. So on the sidewall of the tire, there is some text that'll say inflate 2. This one says 50 to 75 psi, so I'm going to do exactly that. Psi is pounds per square inch, and that's a reference to these numbers here. I'm going to do that. Looks like I have a bunch of stuff in the chat. Let's see. Oh, nope, not for me. All right. So I'm going to pump this up to 75 psi. Now you might be thinking, oh my God, why are you doing the max? So most bike tires, if not all of them, have a range of like optimal pressure. I usually like to recommend people to pump up their tires to the maximum recommended pressure. The reason behind that is, unless you are someone that's like really into biking, mountain biking specifically, a max pressure tire is going to allow you to travel faster. It'll save you from a bunch of pitch flats and flats in general. The ride might be like the tiniest percentage, like 1 or 2% harsher, but ultimately you're going to have just a much better experience. If you're a mountain biker, on the other hand, tire pressure is a very contentious sort of realm. Some mountain bikers like to run their tires at a really low pressure, but what allows them to do that is that they actually don't even have tubes in their wheels. They have a tubeless system, which functions sort of like your car. So yeah, I like to recommend being at the max tire pressure. The other reason why that's important is, if you set it at, let's say, so the max here is 75, right? Once I'm done filling this up to 75, let's say I go for a ride and I just leave it in my garage for a while, naturally some of that air is going to bleed out. And so next time I jump on the bike, it might be at 60 psi, but it's still within that range, right? So that's sort of a preventative measure. I would say the best way to keep yourself from having flats is just to always pump up your tires before you go for a ride. Use the writing on the side wall to figure out what your recommended pressure is, and you'll save yourself a lot of time and money. One second, let me grab some water. I feel like I've been talking for like an hour. Okay. So, I don't know if you heard that pop. So that pop is normal. It was like a small sort of like metallic sound. What that is the bead of the tire starting to sit up against that little hook in the rim. So while I'm pumping, I'm also inspecting the sidewall here and the rim and just making sure that there aren't any bulges. If you start to see, the tubes start to bulge out, or maybe the tire is like really bulging in a crazy way on one side, that means that it's about to explode and hurt your ears. Another thing that I learned the hard way. So, to prevent that from happening, what's going on is that basically the bead isn't seating into the rim properly. So, to prevent an explosion, it's not dangerous per se, but it'll hurt your ears. Is immediately grab it with your hand, really press down on it firmly, and start bleeding air out before it pops, because you'll need a new tube, and again, you'll hurt your ears, and nobody likes tinnitus. So yeah, I'm basically just inspecting it as I'm pumping, just making sure that it's not bulging in any spots. So I'll go like 10 or 20 psi, and then inspect. And cool, we're now at 75 psi. I'll disconnect the pump, and cool. That's how you fix a flat change a tire, all that good stuff. So I did something earlier, which is I took the bolt nut. I took the nut off, the axle nut, and I took these washers off. I don't recommend you do that because you'll lose them. But I'm going to put those back in the same orientation. So we had a washer and we had a nut. So I put that back on that side, back on the other. And the reason I don't recommend you do that is, yeah, you'll just lose them really easily. And they're pretty essential. And you can do everything that I just did without fully taking those off. So you can like loosen the axle nuts from the bike and just leave them there. And then that way you don't have anything to worry about. Cool. Okay, so now this is just sort of me being a neat freak. I don't know if you see the dirt here on the hub. So I'm just going to get my shop rag again. Reach in there and get some of that grease and grime off. And then it'll look nice and shiny. And so what I'm doing is I'm just reaching through the spokes with a finger, sort of rubbing that off. You can also use like a bike cleaner or degreaser. Don't use water. I've seen a lot of like YouTube videos on like, hey, spray down your bike. I would recommend spraying down your bike if you're also willing to commit to taking everything apart and then drying it after. It's a huge one. People will like spray down their bikes with water and then just leave it, just let it sit without drying. And that's how you get rust in your parts. That's how you get water in your bearings. It's just all in all a bad time. So, if you're at home and you're like, oh man, my bike is really gross and dirty, get a fun little cleaning formula. This is one of them. There's so many of them. But yeah, pick a cleaning formula, spray it onto a rag, and just follow the directions. They know what they're doing. Here I'm going dry with the rag, just getting all the grime off. And now, cool, look at that, nice and shiny hub. Yippee, that was gross. And then lastly, we have a bunch of like grease and grime on the surface of the rim. Now, I'm going to be really careful when I do this because, as you can tell, there's actually two separate surfaces on the rim. There's this nice and shiny surface here. That is the braking surface. And by that I mean that the brakes, the brake pad, that's where it's going to rub to stop you, to brake. So, to avoid any like squeaks, any stuff like that, I'm just going to try and avoid, getting any sort of grease and grime on there. Another really common thing is sometimes you'll get like paint over that braking surface. Bike manufacturers just like to do that for the aesthetics, and it makes your life a little bit more annoying because that's usually what leads to squeaks. So yeah, any sort of like degreaser, simple thing is a really good one. And you want to just try it out on like a small sort of concealable area before you clean off the paint or the painted areas of your bike or of your rims. Sometimes that degreaser can be a little too strong and like strip the paint. Definitely don't want to do that. I'm just going to grab this rag I've sprayed. Just going to go around and get some of that grime off again. I'm just basically trying to make this bike look as close to brand new as possible. Like I said earlier, if you're going to be giving away bikes, I'm a firm believer in really putting your sort of heart and soul into it and your work into it, and giving someone something that they're going to be proud of, something that they're going to be happy to ride. Because I feel like for any sort of hobby, like if you don't take pride in what it is that you're doing or what it is that you have, you're not going to care for it. You're going to maybe stop riding or just not get as into it. So giving people bikes, I always try and do my best to make sure they look nice and pretty and function perfectly. That's actually, there's an article that I read recently. It's called "The Trap of the Budget Bicycle," and so what that means is a lot of department stores, they'll sell bikes for like $100, $150, And that's cool, you know, more people on bikes. I appreciate that. Um, but one of the things that can get kind of challenging is that, you know, they're cutting costs to give you that super cheap bike. And so, you know, things break. And then suddenly, you know, replacement parts are like hundreds of dollars. Um, and so, you know, what was initially a sort of budget, you know, bike ends up being really expensive. And in general, you know, the quality of the bike isn't necessarily like if you paid $150 for a bike and then to fix it, it's another $150. Are you really going to do it? I don't know. So I like to preach this idea of like, you know, finding used bikes online, on Craigslist, on OfferUp, Facebook Marketplace, all those places, and getting a quality bike for a decent price rather than, you know, a brand new shiny bike, but, you know, it's like poor quality. Um, we're actually thinking about doing this sort of like guide, or at least I want to do a guide on, you know, how to spot quality bikes and sort of diagnose what needs to happen, what needs to get fixed for it to be rideable. Just a good way to save money, and that way you're not riding around on something that's like ready to break. Cool. So I cleaned the rim, and that's looking nice and shiny. So I'm going to mount this back up onto the bike. And after that, we're going to clean the chain. There's a few different things that we're going to do to do that. We'll get into that. Again, I'm using my 15mm wrench. And I'm going to bring down the derailleur, make sure the chain is catching the sprockets, pull up, and then I'm supporting the wheel from the bottom here. A good way to do this as well is if you have, you know, if you don't have space or whatever, it's really important that you get the axle, you know, flush with the dropouts of the bike. So these are what are called the dropouts. And if it's crooked, you're going to throw off your brakes. You're going to just throw off a bunch of stuff on your bike. So a good tip is to actually put the bike on the floor. And then that way the axle basically has nowhere to go other than perfectly in the dropouts. But for me, for ease of use and for the stream, I'm going to support it from the bottom. Just push up while tightening these axle nuts. Cool. And now the wheel is tightened on it. So awesome. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to want to clean the chain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a shop rag. I'm going to put my gloves back on actually. Let's do that. Try and reuse these gloves. You know, protect the environment, all that good stuff. I'm going to just inflate them. Cool. So I'm going to grab this chain cleaner again. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to break down a lot of the grime that's on the surface of the chain. There's still a few grimy parts, for example, on the chain rings here. On the, oh my god. On the cranks. I cannot think of the name of parts today. I don't know why. So we'll also take the cranks off in a second, but I just want to get a lot of that initial sort of grime off the chain first. So what I do is I'm going to get this and spray it off the chain. If you want to get really, really dramatic and make your, you know, your chain shine, I do this sometimes at home. Is you'll actually take your chain off. Depending on how many speeds your bike has, there's a few different ways to do that. If you have like a 9-speed bike, usually there's what's called a master link or a connecting link, and that'll basically keep you from having to use a chain tool. Chain tools look like this, and you'll get the chain, put it in there, and then it pushes a pin out. 9-speed and above bikes and chains are just so thin that if you use this tool, you're actually going to damage your chain. 7 and 8-speed bikes, all the way down to, you know, single-speed bikes, you can use this kind of tool. It's just basically the metal is thicker, and so when you use this tool, it's not going to bend it horribly. So anyways, yeah, so grab this and spray it. And what I like to do is I'll just actually just spray at the freewheel here. And I'm trying to cover the entire chain with this. Cool. Now our chain is gross and sloppy and wet. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep pedaling, but use this towel and hold part of the chain here and just pass it through this towel. And that'll get a lot of that surface grime out of there. Like I said, you can get extra dramatic and really pop off your chain and soak it. Some people like to use that grime tool that I was talking about earlier, this one, to get in there. But for the purposes of this bike, I just don't really see a use for that. This chain is in good condition. It's not, I like to say, clunky here at the Coalition. So if you notice, I can do this and it bends a little bit, or rather it flexes and moves freely. That's the sign of a decent chain. There's also chain checker tools. Don't know if I have one on me, but it'll actually gauge how much the chain has flexed, and by that it's flexing outward. That would just basically lead to problems in shifting, and that's a really good indication of knowing when you need to replace your chain again. And yeah, so I'm getting all this degreaser and chain cleaner and getting the excess off here. Like I said, I'm just using this towel and just passing my fingers, or rather the chain through my fingers in the towel. You want to be careful not to get your fingers caught in the wheel. That's a really good way to break your finger. I've never done that, but I have seen it happen, and it's scarring. So yeah, don't do that. I'm also going to just wipe down the derailleur, the jockey wheels here. Jockey wheels are these wheels that are in your derailleur. Just going to wipe those down with any sort of grease or dirt or gunk. A lot of gunk likes to hide in there. Just a good idea to do that. Keep your shifting nice and smooth. I'm also checking the derailleur for any sort of bends. So oftentimes when you get into a collision, into a crash, or what have you, the derailleur will bend sideways. So you're just wanting to make sure that this part of your bike, your derailleur, is sitting relatively straight. Bent derailleur is never going to give you a good, crisp, and controlled shifting. That's a good time to replace it. So yeah, I'm just going to keep passing towel through here. I can still see a little bit of grime, but that's also because of the cranks in front. So we'll do that. And I'm just trying to get as much surface grime as possible. Really the parts that you're cleaning, or the part that is really the most important to clean and lubricate in a chain, isn't actually any of the parts that you see on the outside. So a chain, let's see if I have a piece of chain lying around here somewhere. 1 second. Oh, I do. Okay, so this is an older chain, but same concept. So you have these pins here, these little pieces here, and you have rollers, which are these little barrel things. So inside of the, actually this is also called a plate, this sort of bone-looking thing. And so those rollers, those are the places that bike lube and bike chain lube needs to go in there to allow for smooth rolling. So when you're getting the grease and grime off on the outside, you are keeping that from going into your chain. But that's something that I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily understand. It's the reason why people say, hey, wipe off the excess dirt or grime and bike lube off of your chain. It's basically to keep you from attracting more dirt and grime into those inner surfaces and hurting your chain. So yeah. All right. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to take the cranks off. The reason I do that is just to clean off the chain rings. The chain rings are the sprockets and these like toothy wheels up here. So I call them toothy wheels. But no, those are chain rings. And we're going to take those off to clean them as well because they're really grimy. And while we have that off, we're actually also going to clean off the bike a little bit. So I actually bought a tool from home, but they sell a tool for this. So this is just a ratcheting wrench with a 14 millimeter socket. Oh, there it is. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see. There it is, 14. Now, they sell bike-specific ones. We just don't have one. So, yeah, I'm going to loosen the crank bolts. So let me, again, excuse the thumbs. But, here we go. Cool. So there's bolts on your cranks, and that is connecting to the bottom bracket. So the bottom bracket is a really important part of your bicycle. I would say probably the most important. There's bearings in here, but there's also an axle. And so the way that that's connected is through a bolt and through compression. So this is an older style bottom bracket. Newer bikes don't have this same sort of system. I'll be able to explain it a little bit better in a second. But the first step that I'm going to have to take, and again, excuse the thumbs and face. There we go. Oh, finger. Cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wrong side. Okay, so I'm going to loosen the crank bolts. Right? A good way to do this is you're going to use one hand on your actual tool here, and then the other on the crank. You're going to push down. Cool. So now that's broken loose. I'm going to take out the crank bolt. Just use my fingers for that. Okay, cool. Now I have a crank bolt. I'm going to set that in a spot that I'm going to remember. And you might be thinking, cool, why don't you just take off the crank? But if you notice, I can't. Why is that? Well, that is because it's actually compressed on there. So I'm also going to use a tool called a crank puller. Looks like this. So this will actually go into the crank, and this piece will push against the bottom bracket, and it'll pop off the crank set. Really important, super, super important. Learn from my mistakes, because I've made this one, is you don't take out the crank bolt. The crank is still on there. So you're using this tool to try and pull it off, and what you'll end up doing is you'll end up stripping your crank and making it pretty much useless. So I highly don't recommend that. There's a few sort of bike emergency processes that you can do to pull the crank off if you still need to. But always take out the crank bolt. Double check, triple check, because you'll ruin, the cranks, and that can be kind of pricey. So what I'm doing here is I'm threading this part into the cranks, and then once that's threaded in, I'm going to spin this around, and what's going to end up happening is, as you can tell, this piece will push off and it'll pop off the crank. You want to make sure that that first thread is really in there nice and solidly, because you're using a lot of force to pop off the crank. So I'll use, maybe a crescent wrench. Doesn't have to be this big. Just what I have. I'm just basically tightening this in to make sure that I'm, the tool is fully in there, fully used. Once I pop off the crank, I'll be able to explain why that's important. For now, I'm not going to wait. I'm just tightening this on here. I don't want to tighten it to where it's giving me resistance. Just to where, as you're tightening it, you'll start to feel it sort of give you some resistance. And that's a really good indication of, that it's fully out there. If you keep going and you start forcing things, it's going to start damaging your bike. So now I'm twisting this guy. Bring the camera a bit down. Cool. So now I'm twisting this outer lever, and our crank pops off. All right, so let's explain why that was the case, and why you can damage your bike when you do that, and how not to. So, as you can tell, there's that little square hole there. And on your bottom bracket, so I'll just keep it front camera. So the bottom bracket also has the same size hole. However, this surface here, it tapers here. This is what's called a tapered axle. And so what's happening here is it's narrower at this edge, and then it gets wider here. So when you tighten the crank on with this surface, it goes in nice and smooth because it's nice and tapered, right? But then as you use those crank bolts, it starts to push it onto that axle and basically keeps it there. So the crank bolt is there to tighten it on, but also to keep it on. And so I'm gonna put this camera back. Oh, wrong way. Cool. So how can you damage your bike when you pull off the cranks? Well, what's going on is that there's actually threads in here. So this tool here threads in to those threads in there, right? And when you're popping off the crank, you can kind of see this surface here, that like little pin in the middle, or that this guy, right? And so it's pushing off of the bottom bracket. And so if you have the crank bolt still here, well, your crank's not going to move anywhere. It's going to want to stay where it's at. And so you're tightening this guy, right? And you're like, man, why doesn't this come off? And if you push it to its absolute limit, what will eventually happen is you'll pull out all of these threads because they're not that strong. And there's only about, I don't know, like 6 or 7 of them. So you're using like hundreds of pounds of pressure to push down, and that whole thing will just fly out. You'll have to replace your cranks, which can be expensive. So don't do that. I did that once, and that was a huge bummer. And we had to figure out a way to take out the crank and basically, eat the cost of replacing that for a customer. That was a really big learning lesson for me when I was working at the Associated Students Bike Shop. So the reason why I did this is twofold. So I want to clean the grime off of these chain rings. Chain rings are this guy, so these guys right here with the teeth, and then the cranks are just this whole sort of body. So I took it off to clean, but also to check to see if the bottom bracket here is tight. So bottom brackets are really important because without it, you won't have pedals to push off, or rather, your pedals will be all over the place. So what I'm checking for is to make sure that these bearings in here are loose or damaged. And when they're damaged, you'll usually be able to shake this back and forth. I don't really feel that here. Another good way to know is if you feel grinding. So you can actually pedal backwards or forwards once you have one cranks off. You start to feel some grinding. That's a really good indication of needing a new bottom bracket. Back in the day, they used to make ones that were, back in the day as if I was alive. But yeah, older bikes will have adjustable bottom brackets that have like loose bearings in there. That's not really as common. In fact, this style of bottom bracket isn't really as common on newer bikes. Cheaper bikes still run this same style, but usually what you'll see on higher end road bikes is a completely different system with completely different tools and a totally different look. I won't get into that now because there's a lot going on there. But I'm basically just going to take this rag and, clean off any sort of grease and grime that's popped off from the chain or from riding. There's a lot here. Like I said, we want to do everything nice and clean. Great. Cool. So that's a little bit cleaner. And we're also going to clean these chain rings. Now, if you want to get real serious, you can sometimes, not on this one, as you can tell they're sort of riveted on there, but on higher end, cranks and chain rings, you can actually pop them off and replace them. in case they're worn down. Or you can also just pop them off to clean them. So, one of the things that I'm also checking for here is for wear on the teeth. So those teeth, a good way to know if they're worn is, it was explained to me as, as they start looking like shark teeth. And by that, I mean, you'll start to see sort of like a wave pattern. So like one side will be very, very worn down and the other will be relatively the same, or what you would expect. And you're looking for, that like flat surface at the top. So that's a really good way to know if your chain rings are worn. Same thing with your freewheel. If you start to see this sort of like wave shape, that's sort of time to replace your freewheel. I would be remiss and a bad bike mechanic if I didn't mention this, because I've experienced it a lot. So once you have, wear on your chain ring or on your freewheel, on your chain, usually you have to replace everything. So you have to replace the chain rings, your actual chain, and your freewheel or cassette. And the reason why that is not because bike mechanics are trying to take advantage of you and squeeze every last dime out of you. It's actually because your chain rings, your chain, and your freewheel or cassette, all that good stuff that has to do with the drivetrain, it wears together. The same wear pattern that you'll find on the chain is what you'll find on your chain rings and on your cassette. And so there's this like really big confusion where someone will think, hey, I just need a new chain, when really they need a bunch of replacement parts, and that can cause some confusion. And it sounds like maybe they're trying to take advantage of you. I would say just in general, trust your bike mechanic. They're not trying to scam you. Usually when they recommend extra parts to replace, it's not like an auto repair shop, where it's like, you could replace this with a cool performance one. It's simply, hey, you need to replace this or else it's not going to work properly. But I think a lot of people maybe have like this sort of like stigma, or I wouldn't say stigma, but I guess like, leftover feeling from having dealt with like auto mechanics, which, I've been taken advantage by an auto mechanic before. So, there's like this it's like misconstrued sometimes where, it sounds like they're just trying to sell more parts. And I would say that's usually not the case. So, just be wary. Listen to your bike mechanic, and I would say too, challenge yourself and really try to learn some of the reasons why the stuff on your bike is breaking. Because it'll make going to the mechanic or going to the bike shop so much less daunting. I remember when I didn't know anything about bikes, I just used to think like, this guy's trying to take advantage of me, or like, how do I explain this problem? And so having that knowledge or taking the time to read up some articles will really help with your confidence when you walk into a bike shop, and you'll be able to say like, hey, I just need this, or hey, I have this issue. I think it's coming from my drivetrain, and I need your help diagnosing it and figuring out what's going on. Aside from coming to the apprenticeship program, which I welcome everybody, is also to read up on some good websites with a lot of like repair tips, and repair sites that will break down what every piece of your bike is, and some of the common issues that arise from wear and tear. I like to recommend sheldonbrown.com. I don't know if anyone's on the stream watching this from our staff, but if you can, it'd be cool to display that. If not, that's okay. Just look it up. Sheldon Brown. Sheldon, like the guy from Big Bang Theory, and then Brown, like the color, .com. That website is super, super helpful. I learned so much just from like going onto that website. And actually, when I was learning how to fix bikes, there it is. Awesome. Yeah, when we would go to our manager and be like, hey, what's going on here? I don't know how to fix this, or I've never seen this style of part before. I don't know if we have the right tools. Instead of telling us, he would tell us, hey, go on to Sheldon Brown and figure it out, basically. Um, and the really cool thing about Sheldon Brown is that it's written with this sort of like idea that you are a home mechanic, and so it really breaks down a lot of the like complexities of like bike gear and bike components. And then as well, you get to learn a bunch about the bike history. And if you want to be a bike mechanic, bike history is pretty much essential because you need to know why certain things from this era won't fit with the new stuff, or stuff like that. And he gives you this awesome breakdown of um, you know why certain bike parts work the way that they do. Another really good one, if you really want to dive deep into it and maybe learn a little bit more uh, about modern bikes and some tool tips. So this site is a little bit more technical, or rather a little bit more technically advanced in that they call tools by their names. Um, is the Park Tool Repair Help website. Um, the problem with that one, or it's not a problem, but one of the challenges with that one, I would say, is that it uses a lot of technical terms, and if you are just an average, an average Joe, or I don't know, that's a good thing to say. I don't know. If you're just an average person, working out of your garage, you might not know what a crank puller is, or stuff like that. So Sheldon Brown is cool because they'll explain what every tool is, how you need to use it, and also show you some sort of DIY solutions to like very specific bike tools. Um, yeah, I can't say enough just how great Sheldon Brown is. Lots of awesome help, lots of advice on how to set up your bike and make it more comfy. And all in all, just an awesome website. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, but rest in peace, Sheldon Brown. Passed away, and yeah, he's like the sort of like just like how do I say this? Yeah, like this like teacher for so many different people. If you go to like bike conferences and stuff like that, everybody knows exactly what you're talking about when you mention Sheldon Brown, and it's that website and Sheldon Brown specifically, the person, as well as Harris Cyclery, has just been this teacher for so many different people. Highly recommend that website. Can't say it enough. So yeah, I don't know how I got onto that, but now what I'm doing is I'm going to try and pop off the other crank as well, just to sort of clean the axle, the bottom bracket a little bit, just to make sure that it's nice and tight. Having a bit of difficulty. Trying to find a nice clean screwdriver here. The reason why I'm doing that, I'll show you in just a moment. I can't show it to you without actually popping it off. Okay, I'm gonna have to make do with this screwdriver. So basically what's going on is there's a little cover. It's called like a dust cap for your crank. And these were really common on like old racing bikes. They basically just keep dust and grime from getting into the bottom bracket. They go over this little hole here and keeps like dust and grime from getting in there. The problem is on modern sort of more budgety bikes, they'll use plastic ones instead of ones that you take off the tools. So you have to get like a very thin screwdriver. You can use like a handy little pocket knife. That's what I'm going to do actually. And you're basically just trying to pop this piece of plastic off without damaging the paint or the finish or anything. There it is. There we go. So that's what I was talking about. It's a little dust cap. It'll sit there. They're not wholly essential. They're nice to have, but to be quite honest, I have never really used them, and I have yet to have any issues. Not to discourage people, you can definitely use one. But if you do, I recommend you get some that are made out of like metal, that have like a surface where a tool can go in. This one, as you can tell, is just like made out of plastic. And so I have to use a knife to sort of pop that out, which can get kind of dangerous. So other dust caps like this will actually have like if they're made out of metal or maybe metal and plastic, they'll have like a little slice in the middle for a flathead screwdriver. Sometimes they have like little holes in there that you can use like a pin wrench to get out. Those I would say are a lot more functional in the sense that they're just easier to take off. And they do their job, I think, a little bit better. Don't really know though. I'm just going to redo that same process that I did to the drive side crank. That's a good terminology to learn. Drive side would be the side with your chain, your conveyor, with your chain rings. Non-drive side, well, it's the other side, so this is the non-drive side. I'm just going to pull off this crank. And it looks like it came off nice. Yep. There we go. And I'm just going to do the same thing to the other side. I'm just going to clean down the bottom bracket a little bit. Make sure that the cranks are in good condition. This is once you have the cranks off, it's a really good opportunity to check the cranks. So what can happen sometimes is if these aren't tightened down properly, like the bolt, they'll start to sort of slip around, and you'll see like metal shavings in this little slot here on the inside. If you see metal shavings and stuff like that, what's happening is that it's slipping around on the bottom bracket. That can cause damage to the bottom bracket and your cranks. So you always want to make sure to really tighten your cranks down. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to tighten that down, make sure that it's not super grimy. Cool. And I've detected a small amount of clay in the bottom bracket. Ooh. I'm trying to think how I can do this for the screen. Okay, so I'm actually going to flip this around so I can show you the process there. Boy, is it a process. So, on the bottom bracket here, move down the camera a bit. Cool. Also, if you're just joining, another fun YouTuber part. If you're just joining, consider donating to the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. We're doing a live stream all day today. To do that, you can go to sdbikecoalition.org/donate. Donate $60, you get a fun shirt. Donate $5, you get entered into our raffle. Now that that's done. So I'm detecting a little bit of play here. By play, I mean that I can jiggle this around. It's a little bit loose. When that is happening, it's not always the case that you have to replace everything. But you can tighten it and check to see if it's nice and greased. Check the condition of the bearings. And Excel specialty for this is, I would say, unless you really want to get into bike mechanics, this is something more for your bike mechanics, but also don't be scared. Always challenge yourself. So I'm going to get this tool here. I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to loosen that. Oh yeah, that came off way too easily. So this is a lock ring. It basically sets the tightness of your bottom bracket. Usually I would have to struggle to pop that off. By struggle, I mean like bracing myself and like maybe making a noise. Maybe having to play like a Slayer song to like get in the mood and like football grunts, like So that is not good. That just basically means it's not tight enough. But I'm actually going to also pop this out just to make sure that there's no damage to the bearings. If that is the case, we'll have to replace those. I got it though. Yeah, look at that. Bearings are in good condition. So this is what's called the bottom bracket overhaul. I'm basically just going to wipe down these cups. This is where bearings will sit, and it will interact with the spindle. So this spindle, basically what it's doing is it'll hold on to the bearings like that, and then as you pedal, it spins. And this cup is the other surface that the bearing will sit in. Now, I'm going to check for wear. There seems to be a tiny bit, but not necessarily enough to merit a replacement. So I'm checking for pitting. Pitting is when you see damage on the inside. So you see there's like a little silvery, shiny part of this ring on the inside. So actually this is just painted black. Maybe it's like a metal finish, not really too sure. But that's a really good indication, like when you have that shininess, that the bearings weren't greased properly, or rather the grease just started to sort of wear out and needed to be re-greased. I'm also checking the spindle for the exact same thing. You can see there's like a little silver ring. That doesn't mean that it's totally broken though. What I'm really looking for is for pitting, which are like little wear marks. It looks like maybe someone like got a hammer and started like hitting it, and you'll see like little indentations. I don't see that in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to re-grease everything in here and then tighten it on properly. Give me 1 second. Okay, so for the purpose of today, I'm not going to go full out here. But I'm going to switch to the back camera really quickly. So this is the drive side, and I know this because it's in line with my drivetrain. So the drive side cup of your bottom bracket on, I would say, most bikes, unless you have an old Italian bicycle, this cup actually threads in to the opposite in which you would expect it. And by that I mean, what's the sort of adage is, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Quite the opposite here. So actually, if I were to turn this cup to the left, I would be tightening it. If I would be turning this cup to the right, it would start to loosen. Why is that? That means that it's reverse threaded or left-hand threaded. And the reason why they do that is because there's this process called precession. And basically what that is as you're pedaling, the force of your pedaling and your cranks and just all of that like kinetic energy that you're putting out from your legs will actually loosen certain parts. And so because of the direction that you're pedaling, which is clockwise in this case, you can actually loosen your bottom bracket while you're pedaling or while you're coasting. So they'll thread it, left-hand threaded, basically to keep that from happening, keeping your bottom bracket from popping out sort of at random. Now, that's not always the case. Like I said, there are some bikes, especially vintage Italian bikes, almost all of them, that don't do that, but they're threaded how you would expect them to be, which is righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. And that is a common known issue on a lot of vintage Italian bikes. I have a vintage Italian bike that is not, left-hand threaded on that drive side. I've never had that issue, but I know that it is possible. So I'm not going to remove that cup. If I was doing a full overhaul, I totally would. But the drive side cup is usually extremely tightened. And I don't know if I have the correct tool. I can sort of DIY my way through it with a big wrench and some sort of trickery, but I just don't see it as useful right now, especially because it looks like the cup is in good condition. I was just checking for pitch. I'm going to re-grease this. I'm using a little paintbrush just to get grease on all the surfaces that bearings are going to be spinning on, to keep that wear and tear from happening, and to make life much easier for the next mechanic that might have to work on this. Grease is your best friend as a bike mechanic. So yeah, I'm also going to grease the bearings a little bit. And I want to make sure that the ball bearings are actually interacting with the cup here, so that surface. It's just so that they spin around correctly. I'm actually going to put this in from this side. Now again, usually it wouldn't be like this. I would take everything out and start from the drive side. But that might take forever, and it's not necessarily useful right now for this repair. So I'm just greasing everything up, making sure we're not causing any extra wear. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this paintbrush and I'm going to grease up the threads here on the actual frame to keep rust from getting in here, but then also, like I said, to make the job of the next bike mechanic a lot easier. Ask any bike mechanic what repair is probably the most annoying, and it's always a rusty bottom bracket, because these get tightened on here from your natural pedal motion, and so it takes like hundreds and hundreds of pounds of force to like take off these cups. So when there's grease, you know, the metal won't rust together, it won't chemically bond, and so it makes taking that out still sort of a tough process, but not an impossible process. Once they get rusty, oh my gosh, does it get hard. You have to do a bunch of trickery to get it off, and there's actually a lot of helpful tips on Sheldon Brown as to how to take off rusty bottom brackets, because it's such an issue once that does happen. So I'm just twisting this in, tightening in the cup. And pretty soon, you're going to start seeing fish play. So there's a little bit of play here. I can jiggle this axle around, so I'm going to tighten it just a little bit more. And I'm checking for grinding, and that this is spinning freely. So if you can feel or hear grinding, that's a good indication that you tightened your bottom bracket a little bit too much. Seems about right. So I'm going to grab this lock ring again. I'm going to spin that on there. Cool. That's on there. Tighten with my hand as much as possible. And cool, there's no grinding, there's no play. And so now here comes the tough part. Okay. So I'm going to grab my big wrench again. I'm going to do two things at the same time. So I'm going to hold this inner cup, right, with the wrench, keep it from spinning, and then I'm going to tighten the lock ring. I'm trying to keep that inner cup I'm trying to keep it from spinning, specifically so I can set a sort of tightness adjustment, right? So what might make this actually a little bit easier is actually bringing out the cup a little bit so there's still a little bit of play, and then tightening it all as one. Now, this isn't necessarily the official method, but I've gotten pretty good at this, where once I tighten that lock ring, yay, no play, no jiggling, no grinding. Now, usually what you would do is you would use a specific tool to hold that cup and then tighten the lock ring. You're bracing the cup, the tool rather, to keep it from also tightening. But I've been doing this for quite a while, and so I know generally just how loose to leave it, so that once I tighten that lock ring and both start to move, it ends up in a good adjustment. But I'm going to actually go the extra mile here And just make sure that it's really tightened on there. I don't want to cause any problems for the next person. Cool, that's nice and tight. I'm going to put this back. And cool, we have sort of learned how to do a bottom bracket adjustment or overhaul. With modern parts, and this is the cool part about modern bikes, is oftentimes you actually won't have to worry about an adjustment. What they'll sell you is what's called a cartridge bottom bracket, and it's basically just a cartridge with bearings in it. That adjustment is already set, so I don't have to worry about grinding or clay. And once it wears out, it's over. You just replace it, which seems kind of wasteful, but the cool thing is those bottom brackets will last you like years and years and years of riding, as long as you don't, get it all rusty. And so once you have that newer bottom bracket in there, you really don't have to worry about it too much. Cool, so that's all done, and now we can finally put the cranks back on. I'm gonna check the time really quickly. Okay, it looks like my time is almost done. All right. Cool. So, what I did there was I looped the chain rings into the chain. I'm going to pop that back on. What I do is I'm going to get my crank bolt again. Tighten that on there. Now, this is a point of contention between mechanics, and I don't really know which one is more correct because I've seen arguments for both. Some people like to put a little bit of grease on the crank bolt, and that's basically to keep it from getting seized inside of that bottom bracket. On the flip side, I've also seen people argue that that can also lead it to greasing this area. It can lead it to just sort of slowly start to loosen through vibrations. I personally like to grease it a little bit, just a tiny bit. And the big thing to remember is that you don't want to grease the outside surface of the spindle. So the spindle being, the part that's going to interact with your crank. I've seen that go very wrong. Some people like to do it to make it easier to pop on and off, but also that can lead to it starting to wear and slip around everywhere. So we have the crank bolt in there. I'm going to grab the 14mm socket again. I'm just going to tighten this on there. And you want to use a decent amount of force here. Remember, there's that taper, square taper spindles. And so I'm using a lot of force to tighten this on there because I need that metal to basically compress against the crank. I'm using basically the same method that I used to loosen it. Great, so that's all there. We're going to do the same thing to the other side. Oh, that's a big one. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this. So when people take off their cranks, they'll actually put them on correctly. So what's wrong with this picture? You can't see the other pedal. So if you have your pedal at the same sort of spot, right? Since it's a square, I'll show you what it looks like. How are we going to pedal that, right? So you want to make sure that your non-drive side crank is opposite of your drive side. And so that way you can actually pedal it. It's something that you'll see like a lot of newer mechanics do on their first bottom bracket overhaul, the first time that they replace cranks. And it's just kind of funny because you would think oh yeah, just pop it on there, no problem. You have to pay attention to make sure that you're creating a straight line here, because if not, you won't be able to pedal. So I'm just going to do the same thing here. Turn that on. Now it's giving me some resistance. And I'm just going to push against the pedal. And that's the nice thing about having this ratcheted socket, that I can just keep it in place and not necessarily move it around. Some of the bike tools this socket is like fixed, so you have to, move it around every so often, one or the other. Cool. And so now our bottom bracket and our cranks are looking nice and pretty. The chain is nice and clean. Now I would be installing some derailleur cables, some housing. But actually, I want to check in with my coworkers to see how much time I got left. Sylvia, are you there?
Sylvia's gone.
Oh,
she's been replaced by Mr. Kevin.
Mr. Kevin.
Hi,
How's it
Oliver.
going, Mr. Kevin?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm teaching folks how to do a bottom bracket overhaul, which is.
I've been watching. That bike looks like it's going to be very fast.
I think so. I'm kind of jealous. I'm not a big fan of Schwinn's, but I'm a big fan of suspension forks.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I don't have. So whoever gets this is a very lucky person. How much time do I have left?
How much time do you want?
As long as we need, because I still got to do derailleur cables and cable housing. So I'm happy to keep doing this.
Yeah, if you want it. Yeah, I mean, I am gonna be doing some showing off of the presentations and some videos and things, but I've got no time constraint on my end. So if you want to get into some nitty gritty, as long as you can get that camera a little bit closer and show us the details of those cables, I'd love to see that.
Yeah. Do a selfie here. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is actually originally what I was going to do, and as most bike repairs go, then I realized, there's a bunch of other stuff that's really in need of repair. So yeah, I was going to replace these cables because they've been cut and put in new housing. I would say with like explanation and stuff, it'll probably take like an hour. So yeah, I'm happy to keep doing this. Or if you want to jump into your presentation, that works too.
Why don't I jump in and I'll do a little bit, and then we'll check back in with you if you want to jump back on in another half hour or so, and we'll see where everybody's at.
Sounds great.
Cool. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kevin. Thank you, everyone that was watching. I'm going to continue working on this bit.
Thank you, Oliver. We'll see you in a half hour.
All right, sounds good.
Cool. Now you're stuck with Mr. Kevin. So I wanted to start off because I've got this new video that I haven't even seen yet, and I'm excited to watch it with you all. So I'm going to put that on the screen right now.
We were truly, our company was, we say born on a bike seat. One of the things that's always resonated with me is, the bike as a symbol of balance. I think we're really good at that with New Belgium.
Going to another country and then bringing back that style of beer that the States had never seen or really heard of, I feel like that's extremely impressive. And now 30 years later, we have this beautiful legacy of amazing beer brands.
Starting anew on a bike is something that we work into different traditions in our company, namely with like the 1-year anniversary, you get your employee bike, the anniversary bike that year. For people who don't ride bikes and haven't had that experience, I think they come to New Belgium, they aren't forced to have that experience, but when you're given a bike, you ride it, right? And I think that turns a lot of people onto bike culture that maybe weren't before they got to New Belgium. I think the word is quality. I mean, we go to great lengths to make sure that our beer is perfect with our bikes. They're not mass produced in such a way that cuts corners. And we work with companies that, share a lot of the same core values and beliefs as us too. But to have a bike made by a Brooklyn bike company from a Colorado brewery, I think is really cool to me.
The word Brooklyn in our brand is something that we take quite seriously. We aim as a brand, much as similar to New Belgium, to be transformational. A 30th anniversary bike, we started from scratch. We started with a blank slate. What New Belgium brought to the table is the aesthetics. So when you marry aesthetics and function together, that's when you get what we're able to deliver, which is a very comfortable bike that just looks tremendous. You know, one of the fascinating things about the 2021 bike is the unique frame design. So for this year, we stepped into a different frame material. We're using aluminum. When we first sketched it out, you know, we had some back and forth on how feasible is that as a material or as a billboard to showcase the brand. But as you can see, it came together like quite brilliantly. So this is probably the lightest bike that we've designed. You know, all this time and effort you put on, and you can sit and look at the first 2 or 3 sketches. Some of them may have been drawn up on a napkin, some of them may have been drawn up on a whiteboard, and then see an actual physical product that you can sit on, you can touch, you can feel, you can squeeze the brakes, you can ride the bike down the street. That's incredibly rewarding.
When I first met Ryan, I had just like a long sheet of possible things that we could do on a bike. You know, I'm scanning through, looking at bike images. Can we do this? Can we do that? And he mostly said yes. I mean, when you get all yeses from your product developer, you're stoked. It means the sky's the limit. You can make whatever you want. The first conversation we had was about the culture and the values that New Belgium has. And so we distilled them down to 4 different pillars, or if you will, maxims. And then we made badges that corresponded to them when we placed those on the bike. And so they're on the top bar of the bike. And then the other story that's being told is the color, right? So we have half of it's red, the other half of it's white. But in between there's these 3 stripes, and each stripe represents a decade. And then we did a custom head badge that was just fun based around their logo. And then there's a beer bottle opener so that, of course, you know, you're riding a bike, you can pop the beer open. That's all been consolidated into the bike to make it feel very much like this is an amalgam of 30 years of this brand. I mean, 30 years is a really long time for a company to be in business, so it's cool that they're celebrating with this culmination of a bicycle. I think it's a very special thing to be part of the 30-year anniversary. When someone entrusts you with like something as big as this, 30 years personified in a bike, that's a very special moment.
So that is, as I understand it, the video that Sylvia's building today, and that we will be giving away when we do our final end of the month raffle. The way you get tickets is you donate $5 to the Bike Coalition, that gets you 1, and then you donate 60 and you get a cool Bike Coalition t-shirt. You donate 100, you get 20 tickets, and we do the giveaway at the end of the month. So there's a whole bunch of prizes other than the bike that we're giving away. And that's part of the reason why we're doing a fundraiser, is because we like giving away fun stuff. But the other reason is we just want more people to be involved with the Bike Coalition as a whole. So people ask all the time, like, what are the benefits of joining the Bike Coalition as an organization? And there's a bunch, and I can list, like, you know, discounts on things and other, you know, benefits. But I think that some of the best that I know of are the least tangible. And by that, I mean, as an organization, the more members we have, the better we are set up to advocate for bikes in San Diego, the rights of dogs as well. So as our membership numbers go up, you know, we're better able to make things better by and for bicycling in San Diego. It's funny that New Belgium's celebrating their 30th because Bike Coalition's about the same age. I think we're up to about 34 years at this point. And that's great. We've been around for a long time. We're doing this whole live stream for hours today. We've been live since 8 a.m. and we're going to go for a few more hours at least. I think part of the appeal of this is sort of getting a backstage view of what's going on at the Bike Coalition. So we this morning we're out at the opening of a new bikeway, and Jacob was out there, and then we've got Oliver, who's in his location with our new storage unit, fixing up bikes. Sylvie's in her place working on computer-based stuff. And that's what I'm doing today as well, is videos, promoting videos. And then a lot of what I'm doing lately, especially during Bike Month, is presentations. We are doing all kinds of different presentations for all different kinds of people. So I'll be showing how those work, how I create those, what they look like. I'll give you some sneak peeks of some new ones that are coming up. And we might have some special guests who, as soon as they turn on their cameras, I'm happy to add into the stream. We'll see how that goes. As that's happening, the other thing Sylvie wanted me to share is our... Oh, there he is! Look who it is! You unmute and then you're good to go. Hey!
Hello, Kevin!
Hello, Executive Director Andy Hanshaw. How are you?
I'm swell. I want one of those bikes.
Yeah, the 30th anniversary bike looks really nice. I mean, and that's what's so cool. I mean, it reminds me just that, like, there's all these different kinds of bikes, and you've got, you know, your fancy racing bike, and then you've also got your everyday biking around bike. And I think it's nice to have these bikes that are accessible for people.
Yeah,
it's a cool style.
Super cool. Like, you know, New Belgium knows who to go to for partnerships, and Brooklyn Bicycles is one of those. I went last year, or perhaps I don't remember last year, but 2019, I went to the 5 Borough Ride in New York City, which is this amazing, you know, 40,000 person bike ride all across the 5 boroughs of New York, and going over all the bridges, and really awesome event, kind of inspired Bike the Bay in a way many years ago. But my point is, and it was pouring down rain. How about that when I did it? Nonstop for 40 miles, but still a blast. My understanding that I heard yesterday is they're going to bring that ride back this fall, which is kind of cool. But my point is, when I was on that trip, I went to the Brooklyn Bicycles little shop or warehouse and saw the operation, and just one of those cool companies that, you know, New Belgium taps into to you know, to work with. And they don't just work with anybody. They work with companies that are like-minded and sustainable, you know, environmentally aware, you know, really just forward-thinking companies. And so that bike is uniquely rare. That bike is uniquely custom, and whoever gets it has something pretty special, right? And Sylvie's building it, which is actually really cool too. So, yeah, I mean, I just, you know, you can't say enough about New Belgium and what they mean to bicycling and advocacy and what we do, and just super cool.
Been good partners. So, they've been good partners of ours for a while now. Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, I think to my count, 8 or 9 Tour de Fat events in its heyday, and you know, the tour itself kind of cut back, and my hope is that next year it comes back, and it comes back to San Diego, and I'm certainly going to lobby for it, because I think that's one of those unique events. You can't find anything like it, right? That event was off the chart fun, had a great message of sustainability and supporting bike organizations, beer, you know, music, just a great, and silliness, right? Like,
it was a carnival.
And I think we need a little... Yeah, carnival, and we really need a little silliness in our lives to come back, and so I'm pressing for that return, possibly next year. But you know, just to emphasize, that event was also very meaningful to us financially. It was a major fundraiser for us that New Belgium supported, not only us, but the San Diego Mountain Biking Association. And without events like that, you know, we don't have that support, and we really need to count on the donations of our our members, our friends, our sponsors, our supporters, and that's why we're on live today, is to really encourage people to support and get involved and join us in our movement to make biking better. I can't think of a better day that showcases what we do than to hear and see what not only the staff's doing, but the ribbon cutting of the Rose Creek Bikeway, which is something we've been advocating for 10 years or so. And it takes a village, and that's what we're asking, and we're asking for people to support us and make those contributions, and we're doing it all. So with your support and help, we're able to do that.
Nice to have that tangible evidence of a job well done this morning, because not every day is there something that's like that momentous, and years of hard work to get that, and it looked so nice, very, very clean.
Yeah, and super cool. Under normal circumstances, you're right that we can't think of a better way to showcase what we do than to actually have a bikeway open, and more of that is coming. A lot more of it, which is, that, like I said, took about 10 years of advocacy, but so there are a lot of projects behind it that are teed up, and you can see it happening all over the county, right? 4th and 5th Avenue will be one of the next ones, which is under construction right now. So we hope to see that by the end of the year, if not sooner. Creating safe space for people to go from downtown to Hillcrest and up to the park. And so those are great projects, and there's more coming, and it's just a really exciting time for bicycling. Speaking of, did you put those little bikes in my picture?
Well, they're on the whole screen. I made a little background. Isn't that cool?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
kind of livens up my space.
Yeah,
but it's super fun. It's a day to celebrate, for sure.
It's a day to celebrate, and I think I've slowly allowed myself a bit more optimism every day for the future, and for large events, and for getting back to quote unquote normal. And I'm looking forward to like you said, there's a whole bunch of irons in the fire, and I think we're in a point, I hope, as a county to where we're open more so now than we have been to new ways of getting around, new, your commute means something different today than it meant 2 years ago for a lot of people, I think. So being able to adapt to those changes, we're in a good position for all that. Yeah,
we are. And as we've said over and over, this pandemic and having everybody stuck at home or working and separating has brought a tremendous amount of interest and joy for more people on bikes. And as a fortunate benefit of this unfortunate situation, more people on bikes has occurred, and that makes us happy, right? But I mean, to the extent where bike shops are running out of bikes, service is taking a long time. I mean, these are good problems to have, and those will get better over time. But boy, are people riding bikes, and they're riding e-bikes, and they're riding commuter bikes, and they're riding road bikes, and they're riding mountain bikes. They're just riding bikes, and
right. And so we got the goal of getting people on bicycles, and now the thing is, let's keep them on bicycles long term, because you can get them up and get them riding for a month or a year, and then you go back to work, and then the bike goes in the garage, and that's not what we're looking for. I'm looking for long-term change over time, and I think we figured out how to do that through advocating, educating, and celebrating. Yeah,
I think so. I think as people maybe slowly phase or return back to physically going to work, maybe our hope is that they'll try to do some of that by bike. You don't have to go every day, all the time. You can build up to it, and that's exactly the kind of stuff that we teach, right? And you teach when you teach your commuting classes and good example is, the video that we just shared earlier on using the bus as part of your commute and putting your bike on the bus, right? You don't have to go all full steam ahead on your bike 5 days a week. You can phase in, and you can use the bus, and you can use the trolley, and it'll catch on. Believe me, people, so many people, when you talk to commuters, are like, yeah, I never thought so. But and you have to credit like Bike to Work Day, which normally would have happened, last week or whatnot, but it happened Bike Anywhere Day, and so there it is, and so that type of stuff is important. We do these events with our partners and friends to give people that taste of what it's like, and that's what we're hopeful for, and people will try it and like it and keep doing it.
Right, I think that's the benefit of the celebration part is, you make it fun and make it a one-day thing where you go and get a prize and someone hands you a granola bar and a bottle of water and you feel good. But then the goal is, chase that feeling. You don't have to wait for Bike to Work Day to do it. You can, I always say, if I can make it so that when you leave the house, you're not every single time reaching for the car keys. Like, understand that there's options that you have. There's other things that you can do. There's other choices you can have. And in San Diego, we've got a ton of different choices. That the bikes on the bus is an easy one for sure.
Yeah, and as I learned through doing that, it's not difficult, and it just there's a right way to do it though, and that video is helpful. And of course, the MTS drivers are super helpful too. If you need help, they'll help you. And it was nice to be a part of that. So, I think the message is getting out there that there's more options than driving your car everywhere all the time. And I think that's really one of our biggest messages. It's like we're not, and this, you say this, we're pro bike, we're not anti car, and we you can ride some of the time, all the time, start somewhere, and we just think more people can be riding more often, and we want to help and show people how.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's the next big event we have coming up? Isn't there's some open streets thing happening down by the Embarcadero? Is that still going on?
Well, let's see. I mean, let's talk about, under all the events that we typically do, and come fall, we'd like to see those come back. And all signs are looking good, right?
That's so cool.
On August 21st, we'll hold Bike the Bay for the 14th year.
Looking forward to that.
That's your chance to ride over the Coronado Bridge and around the bay and join people in fun. It's a very casual, family-oriented bike ride. Join us on your cruiser. That's a cool thing about that event, is that you see every type of bike imaginable. And
I think it was Oliver who was saying that his initial thought was that you had to show up in spandex or else you'd get laughed off the course. But that's, I think, the opposite almost.
Yeah. Yeah, that ride's always been about just a community bike ride. Show up on whatever you got, and let's go for a bike ride. And a lot of people come away from that event going, "Wow, I did it," and that's awesome. And it's 25 miles, and that's a lot. And it's also, but for some, it's nothing. But that's sort of the point of that, right? It's not meant to be a sporty, competitive ride. It's meant to be go out and have fun on a Sunday ride, and then afterwards we'll have a beer, or afterwards we'll have a taco, and win stuff. I mean, so that's what that's about. So that's what's going to come back in August. So that's super exciting, and in the works. So registration is open at bikethebay.net, and then open streets, Ciclos Dias. Haven't had one of those in a while, right? So free, fun, family, no cars on the street, blank canvas to ride your bike on city streets without traffic, and visit community groups, visit local businesses and shops and restaurants and bars, and go have fun. on Sunday, and I will give you a date, but I won't give you a place because that's working through the details. But the date looks like November 7th, which is pretty exciting. So, working on that, and so
the appetite for live events, I think, is just going to be insane.
Yeah, right. I can't wait to see it. Well, we're already, I think, based like the Padres are going to full capacity next week or something, and so it's slowly things are coming back, but they're going to come back, big, and rightly so. I think we've all been very patient. People have been awesome, and people got vaccinated, and that's how we got here, and we can get back to doing things we love to do, and that's what we're gonna do. So
moving in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, things are going the right way, and so let's get back to it. So I'm excited to see people and have people come by our offices back in the East Village, which we think can happen, early July. And
we used to do the Friday Fix-It stations. I'd love to have people come by on Friday on their way to work and just stop by and say hi, and we'll pump up your tires. And get back.
Get a cup of coffee, a donut. Yeah, really cool. Roll Up Friday. Those were fun.
Roll Up Friday. That's what we called it.
Let's do it. So we'll bring that back, and it's just really fun. So all of this happens because of people's generous support. So we can't say enough about the support that people give us that makes things possible. And see the donation link on your screen and tell your friends. But any little bit helps. Every little bit helps. And we say thank you and join us on our ride soon.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks for checking in with me.
Yeah, I'm going to show off some more videos and presentations and things. And anytime you want to come back on, I think we're just going to be sort of live for the majority of the day today.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Sounds good. I'll see you later.
Cool. Thank you. Alrighty. So the other video Sylvie wanted me to show is this one. And this is new, as in premiered like 5 minutes ago new. And I think because of the way in which I'm sharing it, we're not going to get the audio, which is fine. But what it is, one, you can see it's vertical rather than horizontal. I think that's okay because a lot of people are watching stuff on their phones these days, and so it'll actually fill up your phone a little bit better. So this is a video specifically about crossing train tracks. We've tried to do more of these very short form, 1 minute, 1.5 minute videos at the most. Because the longer videos that we do put up, you can tell how long people are watching for. And it's usually not more than a couple of minutes, which is fine. But if you wanted to reference something, if you just wanted the information, it's like when you go and you want a recipe for something, and then you have to read about the person's whole life story first. If I'm worried about crossing train tracks and I want more information and want to make sure I know the right way to do that, then you want that information and not a bunch of extra stuff. So we've made these little videos. They're about 1 minute long, and this is one of the newer ones, which is unique again because it's in that portrait mode rather than landscape mode, and that's why it's cool. So let me jump into the chat because we've got a question from Camille. Hi, Camille. Camille's got a question about fitting tires on the front racks of buses. That is an excellent question, and one of the reasons it's an excellent question is because I have another video to show that's exactly about that. So let's watch, and then I'll address this.
Hi everyone, Andy Hanshaw with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, here to talk to you today about how we safely load and unload our bike on an MTS bus. We're very proud to partner with MTS during National Bike Month to talk about combining your bike and bus trip and conveniently and safely getting around by both modes. And today we're going to show you how to put your bike on the bus. It's simple, it's quick, and so let's go take a look. Using the bike racks may seem a bit confusing at first, but it gets easy once you've tried it a couple of times. Here's what you need to do. First, when the bus arrives, wait for it to come to a full stop and alert the driver that you'll be loading your bike. It's very important that you always load your bike from the curbside and never from the street side to avoid exposing yourself to incoming traffic. To load your bike, begin by squeezing the handle to release the latch and fold down the rack. Next, place the bike into the proper slot and raise the support arm over the front tire so the hook rests on the bike's wheel. The hook should be placed as close to the front brake and head tube as possible to ensure safety and security of the bike. Don't forget to remove any loose items on your bike, such as water bottles, helmets, and pumps that may fall off while the bus is in motion. As a general precaution, we recommend that you keep an eye on your bike from time to time during your trip. After requesting a stop, please remind the driver that you have a bike on the rack. If possible, exit through the front and tell the driver that you'll be unloading your bike. To unload, raise the support arm from the tire. The arm will then automatically fold down to a secure position. You can now lift the bike from the rack. If there are no other bikes on the rack, please fold up the rack. The rack will lock into place. So remember, as we commute more and get back to work more, check out the Bike Coalition and all we have to offer for classes, events, and resources for helping you get around by bike. That's at www.sdbikecoalition.org. Thanks.
Isn't that nice? That's a new video we just did, and I think it's great. So you can see in this shot how wide those racks are. They're not absurdly wide. So as long as you've got a relatively standard size bike tire, even if it's somewhat bigger than normal, they'll fit. What won't fit are those really big, the e-bikes that almost look like motorcycles, with the super wide tires. Obviously that's not going to fit. So you can see here, I don't have the exact number of inches, but you can tell the width of the rack there is designed to fit the whole bike in there. Now if you've got an extra long bicycle, a recumbent style bicycle, or anything that's too far from the norm, you're probably going to have trouble fitting that in. And the tough thing is you don't know until you do it for sure if you have one of those bikes that's sort of on that cusp one way or the other. And so it can be stressful. And that's why they made this video, is that, they want to get at least some more information about how this all works before you're actually standing in front of the bus with a crowd of people waiting for you to put the bike on the bus and then getting stressed out about it. So I'd say as long as your bike is not too far from the norm, a wider style tire will probably fit unless it's excessively wide. And again, if it's on that cusp, the only way to know for sure, obviously, is to try it out. I've always thought that it'd be nice on these open streets events that we put on if we had a bus come out and just sort of park and people could practice putting the bike on the front in a non rushing situation, because that seems a little less stressful. Yeah, that's about that. You can see this bus has two of the racks. As far as I understand it, we're working towards all of the buses having 3 racks on the front going forward, which will be kind of fun. Because I've definitely been in the situation where I've gotten to the bus stop with my bike, waited for the bus to show up. It does, and it's already got 2 bikes on the rack. And the answer is just wait for the next one, I guess. And that's definitely frustrating. So let's do a little bit of previews of some of the presentations. So one of the things that Andy mentioned was people riding bikes more, and that's a good thing. one of the things I mentioned is people riding bikes more and riding them long term. E-bikes are absolutely something that people are riding more, and that's a good thing. We've gotten more questions about e-bikes specifically in the last 6 months, I think, than we've gotten on any other topic regarding bicycles. Just to our general sort of info at SD Bike Coalition account, we're getting questions about e-bike stuff all the time. So we've tried to come up with a couple different classes that focus on e-bikes specifically and address some of those issues that people have. I've been trying to come up with one that is specific to younger kids, specifically pre-driver's license humans. And that's because we've seen pretty quickly, that's one of the larger demographics of new users of these e-bikes. I'll call out specifically in Encinitas, specifically in those more North County areas. Kids are spending less time in school over the last year. They need some time to fill. E-bikes have gotten cheaper and more accessible. And so now there's this huge new population of people who are on the road who don't have driver's licenses, which is fine. You don't need a driver's license to be a human being. But knowing what the things that are expected of you are, I think, is important, in addition to knowing what the specific rules are. So you combine a fast-moving vehicle with a developing brain, and what you get is angry adults. So the trick becomes, how do you get information to the people that need it the most? My first idea was a viral TikTok video where we create a fun coordinated dance that we all do, and then everybody is watching us do our fun dance, and then we get to go we're invited on to the Colbert show, and we do our dance in front of everybody and teach everybody about how cool e-bikes are and how it's cool to be safe. If that doesn't work, the other idea is these short form videos that we've done. So, in the same way that, you remember Vine? Vine was like one of my favorite social media platforms. We don't have Vine anymore, but now we got TikTok. And there's short form videos. It's like 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Because you're on to the next thing, I just stare at my medium-sized screen all day so that after 5 I can go stare at the big screen while I have my little tiny screen in my hand. That's my life. And I'm a geriatric millennial. So how do you hold people's attention? The way you do it, I think, is by not overwhelming them with information all at once, by speaking to whoever you're speaking to like they're a human being. But the idea of getting someone excited about something that they're not excited about initially is tough. And so what we've come up with is a couple key points. And again, this is a super rough draft and hasn't been fully approved by everybody yet. So you're getting a real secret special preview here. But we've tried to break it down into as few points as possible, with as little text as possible on the screen at once. But it's funny, I mean, you start with something small and it gets a little bit bigger and it gets a little bit bigger, and then everyone's got their input, and all of a sudden you've got paragraphs of text on the screen. And I don't think that benefits anybody. We've teach classes of all types and of all lengths, and some of the classes are literally 3 weeks long. And some of the classes are 30 minutes long. And if you're going to ask someone to attend a 3-week long class, 3 weekends, 8 hours a day, that's probably not going to be the first thing that they do. That's not going to be their introduction. What their introduction is going to be is one of these 1-minute videos or these live presentations that we put on that talk about things in a way that is accessible, short form, to the point, and sort of the opposite of the way that I'm talking now, which is just a whole bunch of words with a minimal amount of substance, I feel like. So I use Canva to do this. I don't know if you're familiar, but rather than Photoshop, which is I've messed around with, but it's a little bit less accessible, I've found, and more expensive for sure. So Canva's nice because it's all online in the same way that StreamYard is all online, which is the platform that we're using right now. Live with StreamYard. It's the Bicycle Coalition powered by StreamYard. So really easy to use, all online, which is nice. And Canva's the same way, really easy to use, all online, which is nice. So I'll oftentimes start from a template because that's the easiest way that I know of to start, and then change every single thing about the template as much as possible. And that gets me to a presentation that I'm happy with. So for the e-bike stuff specifically, we've broken it down into these 8 points. 8 is a lot, and I think there's probably a way to combine a couple of these, although a lot of them are already 2 things you'll see here. So we start off with talking about what an e-bike is, and I feel like I fight for this one to be in there just because, I mean, the line between electric Vespa and e-bike is blurrier now than I think it's ever been before. The best way I know, I think a general way to talk about it is that whether it has pedals or not. But even that, I mean, I feel like it should be more, if it has pedals and you're physically able to move the bicycle without the motor. Because it seems like sort of a tricky workaround where someone will create an electric motorcycle, but then put pedals on it so that it's quote unquote classified as an e-bike, even though it's, with a wink and a nudge. But because it has those pedals on it, now they feel like they can ride it in bike lanes, and you don't have to wear helmets if you're over 18 and, whatever else. So as I understand it, there are technically 3 different types. They have to do with whether it has a throttle or not and what the max speed is. But again, as the technology is moving faster than the laws are, for sure. And so staying on top of that stuff gets tough. So we've made it a little bit more general in the 3 types that we talk about, which are the motor is activated by pedaling, or the motor is activated by pedaling and a throttle on the handlebars usually. And then the 3rd type would be that it has the pedal, it has the throttle, but the max speed is jacked way up. And those are the ones I feel like you see in the viral ads on Instagram, or at least I see in those Instagram ads on Kickstarter and stuff, where they're creating these things that it's pretty clear the appeal is it is essentially a motorcycle that's electric, but it has pedals on it. Something like that isn't something I'm excited to see crowded into a narrow, separated bicycling facility. Something like that isn't something that I'm excited to see on the boardwalk necessarily. However, I'll be the first to admit they look super fun. And the ones that I've ridden that are close to that, I really enjoy. I think remember in the early days of all the different bike share things that were happening, Razor was you remember the scooter company, Razor Scooters was here, and they had the scooters, but then they also had the sit down scooter where it didn't have pedals, but you sat down on it. It was like a scooter with a seat, and it had 2 inline wheels and handlebars and then a throttle. Super fun. Definitely not an e-bike. So the benefit of an e-bike, and when I say e-bike I mean a bicycle first with an electric motor, as I understand it, or my opinion is, the benefit is it makes it easier to do the things that you do on a bicycle. If you're coming at it from the opposite direction and you're thinking, okay, I have a motorcycle or an electric Vespa and I want to make it be more like a bicycle, that's you're never really going to get there, I think, if that's your point of view. Having the electric power on a bicycle is great. You can start from a stop a lot easier. That's my big thing is, you're at 0 miles an hour and the car traffic is at 0 miles an hour. And in 10 seconds, you're moving at the same speed that they are. So you feel less stressed if you've got cars behind you, if you're controlling the lane, that kind of thing. And so that's why I'm not anti-throttle. It's nice to help get you moving, but definitely something that you have to get used to. So we talk about the throttle. We talk about locking the bike. We've partnered a lot in the last year or so with Bike Index. They've been very helpful. And I think it's a good service. I mean, I remember as a kid bringing my bike to the fire station just up the street. And they would look the bike over and tell you it looked great. And then they'd put the little sticker on your bike. But oftentimes what that ended up being was an excuse to stop people who were riding bicycles who they wanted to talk to for some other reason. And it was just, oh, well, we're stopping you because you don't have a license on the bicycle. And so I don't like that. What I do like about Bike Index is it's a much bigger, it's not just in one place. It's free. And it's a way to have a record of what bike is yours. But the easiest way to get your bike, to prevent bike theft and to make it so that you get your bike back is to not have it stolen in the first place. And so that's why we push these big, thick, expensive locks. If you're going to spend a whole bunch of money on a bike, you may as well spend a whole bunch of money on a lock. And you can even see here in this specific picture, there's the little lock that locks the battery to the bicycle. There's so many different styles now with these e-bikes. It's wild. I don't have a picture of the one, I forget what it's called. If you are watching and it's that style of bicycle where it's like it seems like it's all straight lines, and then it's got the battery sort of built into the frame, with the headlight, I think, built into the frame as well, where it's just like a straight line, like a bar that goes all the way across. I like that one. One of the things we talk about specifically is where to ride, because it is different. I don't have the... Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's in the 202 class. Maybe I can pull that up. There we go. That one. So the specific places that you're allowed to ride do depend on the type of e-bike that you have, specifically class 3, which is the one that's got the higher max assisted speed. So because you're able to go 28 miles an hour, which is probably double, if not more than that, the speed of everybody else that's around you, that makes it so that that's one of the things that's not allowed in the class 1 bike path. And I don't have a problem with that, because at that point you're much closer to a motorcycle or to a car than you are to a bicycle. You've moved, all the way over on that end of the spectrum. And so I don't have a problem not allowing those things in bike paths. But it's important to know, if you are buying an e-bike, where do you plan on riding it? How do you plan on using it? Because we do talk about passengers and gears, because especially with the e-cargo bikes now, I mean, if you're looking for something to replace your car, this is the thing that you're looking for. You're absolutely making an investment if you're getting something like that. You're spending more money than you would on a regular bike, by far. But when you hear about people getting rid of their car and only going by bicycle, this is what they're oftentimes is an e-cargo bike. There's so many cool styles of them. Bradwagon, I think, is sort of the most obvious one. Let me see if they pull up their website real quick. Doesn't matter. We can just look at pictures. Because the amount of cargo and people that not only can they carry, but they're designed to carry. So this isn't just, adding on a rack to the front of an e-bike. This is a cargo bike which is designed to carry, kegs of beer, if that's what you're into. Or, whole human beings, or delivery. What is it, Paris now, that's gone, in the city center, almost completely car-free. And so getting up close to businesses can happen hyper-locally with these e-cargo bikes. You can carry, all the restaurant supplies you need, all the whatever stuff you need. And with the power of the electric assist, combined with the ability to have the space to put things, they're super stable, these 3-wheeled ones especially. And yeah, so if you're looking to replace a car and you want to, get your kids to school, you want to carry all your supplies for whatever, hobby you're into, the e-cargo bike's the way to go. But absolutely, obviously more expensive than a standard bicycle. But then, AAA puts the cost of owning your own car at roughly $9,000 every year. So that's, you get rid of the car and that's an expense you don't have anymore. I mean, car payments are one thing, but even a car that you own, the studies show that on average, in order to continue owning a car, you pay about $9,000 every year. That's a lot of money. And it's bigger for big cars. I feel like we're relying on the future of transportation being electric cars. And as much as I'm a fan of that, and yes, they are, fun and great and wonderful, and I hope that, the widespread adoption of them continues. A future that only relies on electric cars to get us around absolutely doesn't solve traffic issues. That's still a thing that's going to exist. So when I say not reaching for the car keys when you leave the house as your only option, it's not because of the environment that's what I'm pushing for. It's because of 75 different reasons that involve getting from point A to point B faster, that involve just mixing things up and making your day more interesting. It can be very boring to be in a car, even if it is an electric car, and you feel more connected to the world around you. You feel better able to I when I was commuting to, it's funny, I haven't commuted regularly anywhere in a year and a half. But when I was in college, walking or riding the bike to school, you do it at the same time every day, and so you see the same people. And I don't know these people's names, but their routine made it so that they walked out of the coffee shop every day at the same time that I rode my bike down the street, and you get to waving. So I like that part about it. We also talk about laws, obviously, but I don't like to. I mean, there's a way to talk about it where it's not blaming the. I want everyone to make decisions based out of knowledge, not out of ignorance. And so knowing what the rules are, and the thing I keep coming back to, and the more I ride and the more classes I teach, I keep being reminded of this, that there's a difference. There's absolutely a difference between theory and practice. I think that's obvious. But there's also a difference between what the law says, what the most polite thing is, and what the thing is that's expected of you. And those can absolutely be three different things. And as a bicyclist, sometimes it's harder for people to know what to expect of you, especially when, or they're expecting you to do something that isn't what is lawful. I always talk about how I get the wave at the intersection. When the car gets there ahead of me and they want to feel like they're being polite, they give me the wave to say, oh no, go ahead. But in doing so, breaking the first come, first serve principle. And so no one else around us knows what to expect. And even, the controversial thing that's happening, and I mean, we wrote down in this presentation, and it may end up changing. It's just, even on a bike, you must fully stop at all stop signs. That's true today, but in certain states, that's not true. And in this state, that may not be true in a couple years, if not less. Being able to treat a stop sign as a yield on a bicycle is something that people have pushed as a positive thing. I absolutely think that there's benefits to that. I absolutely think that there's downsides to that. And it's so funny, stuff like this, where these are conversations that would devolve into screaming matches in certain circles, whereas the general public has little to no knowledge of what it is at all and why it's important. And speaking of things that people have little to no knowledge of, I mean, my favorite, I try to put it in every single presentation I do, is this Shero symbol, just because they've put them up all over the place. But I've never seen a billboard that says, like, hey, this is what this means. Because we know what a stop sign means because it says stop on it. And a bike lane is where bicycles should probably be riding, I feel like is fairly self-explanatory. But the Shero symbol, only, as I understand it, the only thing it's representative of is the fact that the lane's too narrow to share. And that's not something that is easily derived from the symbol itself. And they put them all over the place. And they don't mean bike lane. I got a text from a friend of mine the other day who was driving his car on Adams Avenue and had been slowed down by a bicycle rider who was bicycling in the lane. And after the fact, his text to me was something along the lines of, like, what's the deal with these bike lanes on Adams Avenue? And my response was, there are no bike lanes on Adams Avenue. There's the Shero symbol, but that's different than a bike lane. And how would anyone in the general public who, I mean, you get your driver's license when you're 18, and then when's the next time you're taking that test? Not for a super long time. And there's definitely not, you know, a required question about what a bike lane and the difference between a lane and a path and a cycle track and a Shero is. So it's left to me and the other LCIs in the world to talk about what a Shero symbol means. So this is one of the newer ones, is this e-bike specific for younger people. We've tried to make it fun and interesting, and you know, we probably will get more on TikTok at some point. I'm pretty sure Oliver set up a TikTok for us, but I don't know that we've used it very often. So this is one of the newer ones I'm working on. I think, what is this? Only 11 slides at this point, which is good, because I imagine that it's not going to be more than a half hour or so worth of content. The more you can leave space for conversation, you know, it's like, I'm required to get to this stuff, so let's all, the point of view I always sort of like to start from is like, look, we have to get through this, let's just focus for a little bit, give me that, and then at the end we can just sort of hang out and have this conversation about how this stuff all actually works. And I found that to be fairly useful. You know, get on people's levels, be they young or old. So some of the other presentations that you may have even seen, again, similar concept. I mean, it's tough to get it down to fewer than 30 slides, but the Bike Commuting 101 class that we do through Sandag and iCommute. Let me just check this. Looks good. Oh, look at that. I'm going to save that and do that, and then open it, and then I'm going to show you guys what I just saw. How fun. Who's that? Mayor Todd Gloria and Jacob in his Life by Bike shirt. Hooray! Isn't that nice? That was a good event today. It looked really clean. I haven't been up there yet to see that. We created a self-guided ride that goes by there, but I haven't seen that new section yet, so very exciting. Yeah, but anyway, through Sandag and iCommute and Go by Bike, whose logos you probably saw in that live stream if you were here earlier on, they've helped us through grant funding make a whole bunch of different kinds of presentations. Let's see. Oh, we got a question in the chat again. Camille's back. Hi, Camille. Great instructional video on bus loading rack, but I still don't know if the e-bike I want to upgrade to, which has a 22-inch 4-inch fat tire, will fit. My Swaggertron E7 did not fit because its 16-inch wheels are too small. The only spec I found was the tire must be between 20 and 29, but no width spec listed. I, to be frank, don't know what the width of the bike rack tire well is. Let's see, what's the Swagatron E7. Let's all look at the Swagatron E7. Oh, that's cool. That does look short though. Yeah, you're right. 16-inch wheels, they're too small. Yeah, that's definitely, again, this is something that I would imagine falls outside the spectrum of what I would call a normal sized tire. E-bike, 22-inch, 4-inch fat tire. Let's see what that looks like. So it's 4 inches wide. Yeah, that's pretty wide. 4 1/4. Let's see. We could probably find a contact list for or a contact person at MTS, and we could send them a email. Or, ooh, I think I know that this is something that gets pretty quick responses a lot of the time, is a Twitter message. So I think that that's what I would do if I were you. I don't think, am I logged in? I am. Let's send them a message. How about that? What is the maximum width of tire that can fit in a bus bike rack? Is that good? What is the maximum width of tire that can fit in a bus bike rack? In a standard bus bike rack. How's that? I don't know if you're still watching. I think that's good. Let's tweet them and let's see if later on they reply. That'll be fun. The benefits of a Twitter account. Cool. So we'll check back in on that in a little bit. Camille, let's see. You rock. I've tried contacting multiple MTS people, but no one knows. If this doesn't work, if this Twitter post from a high-profile account like the SD Bike Coalition doesn't work, I've got some email addresses that I could try of people that we've worked with in the past. But we'll see. We'll give them a little bit, and we'll see if they respond. And then I'll post about it on our social media. If you're not following us already, we're most active, I think, on probably Instagram and Facebook, and then we've got the Twitter account as well. Like I said, a little bit of TikTok, and then follow us on YouTube as well, although I probably won't post about this on YouTube. But yeah, definitely on Facebook. I think if you're wondering this, then there's absolutely other people that are wondering it as well. Yeah, we'll post about that a little bit later. Cool. Oh, we got a notification. Nope, not us. Okay, so let's jump back into, which one was I talking about? Oh, the 101. Yeah. So we, thanks to Sandag and iCommute, have put on a bunch of different types of classes, and this is one that's definitely sort of the short version of the short class. It's funny, every time I do this one, I get up to about slide 20, and then I have no time for slides 22 through 26. I'm always flying through. So I think every year we try and update the presentation a little bit. And so I'll see if there's I always like to reach out to the other league certified cycling instructors who are in San Diego, of which there's a ton of them. If you guys don't know about this resource, League of American Bicyclists, just on their front page here, you put in your zip code, and they have all kinds of cool stuff that shows up in the area. Bike clubs, bike advocacy organizations, that's us. And then specifically league cycling instructors. So look, that's me. Hooray. But if you needed to get you know what this is good for? Well, I mean, you could email us and then we would tell you this is a good instructor. But even if you want it on your own, just to start emailing people, this is a list of people in San Diego who have taken the class and have been certified as cycling instructors. And as such, are qualified to, if you were putting on a bike safety thing for your group and you wanted to just do it yourself and didn't want Mr. Kevin to help you, you could, if you wanted on your own, reach out to these people and see if they were willing to do it. Even for one of the classes that we don't teach a lot of, but I'd like to teach more of, is riding bikes with kids and teaching kids how to ride bikes. That's not a class that we teach very often. But if you were looking to pay someone money to teach your kid how to ride a bike, any one of these people would be where I'd start reaching out to. Not all of them are going to be super active or coordinated to teach that specific type of class. But all of them at least have that training. So yeah, League of American Bicyclists website, bunch of cool stuff. List of bike shops, although it only lists one right now, which is incorrect because there's more than one bike shop in San Diego. Bike-friendly businesses, look at this. I see some friendly faces on here. Hello, Coffee Hub. Yeah, so that's kind of nice. Anyway, I use this website to find friends to help with stuff a lot of the time. So I keep losing my presentation. That's it. Anyway, so I would reach out to I will be reaching out to those people and letting them know, like, hey, we're revamping the presentation again. Let me know what you think about this. Give me your feedback about that. How do we condense this a little bit more? I mean, it's already the short version of the short version of the short class. So I don't know how much more you can take out without, compromising the vision of what you're going for. But this is the class that's designed specifically for individuals who are planning on commuting to work by bicycle. The world is different now than it was, and so I wonder if maybe we should be rebranding this a little bit, and maybe it's more about less about commuting, and like we find a different word maybe, just getting around by bicycle, because I think commuting for me inherently means going from home to work and going from work to home. That might not be true, but that's sort of how I think about it. So maybe there's a different way to phrase that. I mean, that's why I kind of like Bike Anywhere Week as a phraseology, because you can use your bike to get anywhere. So I don't know how we would let other people know about it. I guess it would be, how to, there's got to be a word for it, like how to use a bike to get from point A to point B. But that's not a good class name. Bike Commuting 101 is pretty standard. So that's why I like that. Jacob's mad because I beat him to tweeting. Okay. So this class specifically is focused around getting around by bicycle. One of the new things we've added in classes, which we've had good feedback on, is these chat prompts. So during the class, as you're looking at the screen, you're hearing the presenter talk, but you're also seeing these chat prompts pop up. A lot of the classes that we've done recently are on Zoom, and that's been good 97% of the time and terrible 2% of the time, or 3% of the time. And that 3% of the time is because there's security things that'll happen. You get crazy people jumping on, which is no fun. But I love the ability to interact on Zoom. Right here I'm interacting. It's a little more of a one-way street, so I'm talking at you and you're able to respond in the chat, which is nice. But it's a little more of a one-way street. Whereas in the Zoom classes, people can unmute themselves and talk to you and share stories and talk about their favorite bike movies. Quicksilver with Kevin Bacon, 1986. So that's fun. So that's why we put these chat prompts in, because it's a little more interactive. There's not enough of them, though, I'm realizing. I've got one there, I've got one there, and I've got one there. And that's it. So I think I need to add more on the later slides. I feel like that would help. It's also nice to have two presenters. That's sort of the other secret is a lot of times when we're doing these live streams, you'll have one person in the background as the quote unquote producer, and then one person who's the more front facing doing the presentation. And that works really well for the Zoom classes as well, is to have someone behind the scenes who's monitoring the chat room. And if there's a simple, easy, quick question, then they'll just respond to that in the chat. Whereas if it was something that was a little more involved, then they could pause the presenter and let them know that there was this question that they could address to the whole class, which is kind of nice. I forget why I started talking about that. Anyway, so I like this class a lot. This is like the third or fourth version of this that we've come up with. This was created again on Canva initially, but now lives on Google Slides. And then you can convert that to PowerPoint as well. But I feel like a lot of times when you do that, the fonts don't always transfer over. And I mean, if you're going to do a presentation and you know you have to use PowerPoint, do that conversion hours, if not days ahead of time, because you're going to have to take that time to convert it over and make sure everything lines up and the slides all look the same. But you can't complain too much because Google Slides is free, and it works great. We live pretty exclusively in the Google platform. You can, we're using Sheets, we're using Slides, we're using Docs, and so that's been pretty useful for us, especially to have those shared drives. And I mean, if we didn't have an online platform to share stuff, over the last year and a half, then the work that we do would have been fairly impossible. So it's been a fun challenge to figure out ways that we can work together but work separately. That being said, June 15th, everything's supposed to open up, to a certain extent in a way that's safe. I feel like they're not going to let restaurant servers take their masks off at that point, but certain things are opening up a little bit more. So I look forward to having a couple days in the office. We have such a great office space, and 315th Street. Come down and see us, honestly, when we get back in. We're going to love to have visitors and interact with people. And it was nice to have such a front-facing business, front-facing office. Because we would absolutely get people who were just riding their bikes to work in downtown and saw the sign and just wondered what we were about, or knew that we were there and wanted to tell us, complain about why there wasn't a bike lane on their street or whatever, which is great. We love that feedback, and we can talk to people that can help make those things happen. So that's one of the things that I do miss is the public interaction that we were able to have when we had that front-facing space. That being said, in a couple years, we're hoping to move into the bike center. I think that's been pretty well publicized at this point. Maybe I can pull that up. In fact, I'll show you our website, sdbikecoalition.org. Oops, spelled it wrong. Let's see, is that going to work? I've never used this search thing before. But this new bike center that we're building is going to be very cool in Liberty Station. It's one of the few buildings that hasn't been developed in Liberty Station yet. But when it is, we are imagining something like this, which again is going to be such a cool place where there's so much going on in that space, and just I'm imagining events and content and things going on just all the time, where we'll be able to have events, we'll be able to have parties and classes, and again set up very clearly, walk-ins accepted. If you want to just come in and say hi, have a question about your bike, have a question about someone else's bike, have a question about where to buy a bike, That's all stuff that we love to talk about, especially in the Bike 202 class. And that's what's so funny about the 202 is that we call it 202, but I mean, there's parts of it that are more basic than the 101 class, but it all just depends on your perspective. Because I mean, in this 202 class, we're talking about how to choose a bike, and if you're going to buy a bike, what the best way to do that is. Whereas in the 101 class, we don't even touch on that. We just assume you already have a bike. There's so much that goes into it, though. But don't be afraid of Craigslist. I mean, don't be afraid. I feel like garage sales are probably one of the things that's taken a hit in the last in the last year and a half. But I mean, that's, as growing up, I remember that was one of the places that I knew that people found bicycles was classified ads in the newspaper, and now the equivalent is, you know, OfferUp and Craigslist and stuff. And it's wild how often someone will, you know, you buy a bike and you pump the tires up and it's working fine, and then the tires go flat and you assume that, you know, or you don't pump the tires up, and so when they go flat you assume the bike is useless, when in fact it's an easy fix. So in our bike maintenance class, the virtual tune-up, that's definitely one of the things we talk about. And that's one of the things that Oliver was talking about was there's little bits of maintenance that you can do on your bicycle that are you know, routine and preventative. So I agree that knowing how to do every single thing on a bike and fix every single part is daunting, in the same way that knowing how to fix every single part of the car would be daunting. But if you know how to check the tire pressure, if you know how to check the oil in your car, then that's something that you can do that will prevent problems later on. So you don't have to bring the car into the mechanic every single time there's a small problem. And it's the same with a bicycle. If you're just doing these routine little tiny checks every once in a while, every time before you leave the house even, air, brakes, chain, quick release, and then the overall check of the bicycle, then that's something that's absolutely going to prevent problems from developing into things later. Oliver talked about the chain, and we saw him cleaning and all that, and so he did a better job than I will do now. But I will say this is one of the things I've been pushing lately in these classes is how easy it is to, very specifically, how easy it is to lube a chain. How easy it is to, you know, make sure that it moves smoothly through all the components that it's moving through, and how much of a difference that can make, truly. If you have a chain that hasn't been serviced in a long time, and then you get it cleaned and use the chain lube on it and everything, the difference it makes is fairly profound, in how much quieter it is, and how much smoother it is, and how much easier it is to shift, and how much easier it is to pedal, honestly. If you let it get to this point where it is as rusty as this picture is, it's going to prevent you from being able to pedal as quickly, and you're going to have to use more force to do that and just have a bad time overall. I think there's this because people ride bikes that haven't been serviced, because people ride bikes that don't fit them appropriately, which is absolutely something that we talk about in the 202 class. That's the wrong one. There we go. Is the bike fit? There's this assumption that, like, oh, well, bike riding is inherently going to be at least a little bit painful. Riding a bike is going to be hard, at least a little bit. How many dogs are you guys at home with? I'm at home with 3 dogs, just FYI. But there are minor adjustments that you can do that can make it easier, can make it less painful. If something hurts when you're riding, then that's a sign that something is wrong with the bicycle in some way. And there's ways that you can make that more comfortable. Sorry. Discomfort's not inevitable. So having a style of saddle that makes it so that your butt doesn't hurt is something that you can do. It's not hard to replace a seat. And I always recommend the first time you do it, leave the wallet at home so you're not tempted, but go in and say hi to your local bike shop. See what kind of recommendations they have. There's, you know, you don't have to buy the highest end seat that they have, but trying out sampling some of the things that they have already set up. Take a bike around the block and test drive it. See what's comfortable for you. More upright position, more leaned over position. I mean, these are some fairly extreme examples here. But there's absolutely benefits and downsides to each one of these. And so if the thought of riding a bike, if the initial thought is this will be a painful activity, there's things that you can do that can make that less true and make it not painful at all, even through adjustments, through finding a style of bike that fits you, finding a position of riding that bike that fits you. I mean, this is sort of the place that we start from is, you know, what's the type of ride that you're going to do, and that can lead you to help choose the type of bike you're going to get. I've heard it used, or the metaphor before that, in the same way that there's different types of shoes for different types of activities, there's different kinds of bicycles for different kinds of activities. It's probably a little bit of an extreme example, but in the same way that you wouldn't wear hiking boots to go jogging, you probably wouldn't use a mountain bike in a triathlon. You could. There's nothing that would stop you from wearing heavy hiking boots while in a foot race, but you're probably going to be more comfortable using the right tool for the right job. So that's where that comes in. And then we also cover how do you buy a bike. I mean, very, you know, superficially. But I mean, it can absolutely be intimidating. If you're going to spend $11,000, obviously you should do $11,000 worth of research. But if you just want to try something out, a different style of bicycle, find a friend who's got a bike that is a little more compatible with the style that you're looking for. Ask around coworkers that have bikes that they're not using that you could try out. It depends on the type of riding that you plan on doing. But I mean, I very rarely find a situation where I think to myself, like, I absolutely need to buy a brand new bicycle in order to get this goal of mine accomplished. Keeping an eye on the secondhand forums and platforms and Facebook groups and whatever else there is can absolutely be beneficial. And especially because so many of the parts of the bike are swappable. It's also modular, where, you know, if the bones are good, if the frame is good, then I think we talk about that a little bit. Yeah, right here. You know, if the skeleton of the bike is good, then there's all kinds of things that you can do to change out the riding position, the size of the wheels, the types of handlebars. All those things are swappable. So if you spend a little less money on something that's used but still works great, then you can spend that money that you saved on all these other cool things, and then you can put, you know, lights in your wheels and you know, a bubble machine that sticks on your back fender, or, you know, whatever else you want to do. So many different options, so many different ways to make it work for you. I keep going back to the car metaphor because I feel like that's where everyone starts from when you're thinking about moving through the world. You know, everyone's waiting to get a car, and then you get the car, and then if you want to get really into car culture and join a car club and, you know, build your own modifications, you can do that in a car and you can do that on a bicycle. But if you just buy the bicycle from the shop and never learn how to fix anything on it and just bring it back to the shop every time there's a minor problem, that's something people do with cars as well, and no shame in that. That's absolutely something you can do, and that's fine. There's all different ways to get around, and they don't involve selling all your you know, jeans and investing heavily in spandex. That's something that people can do, and if you want to get that into that world, then, you know, go for it. But absolutely not something that is required. Dip your toe in the water. You know, there's different ways to to start moving through. One of the other new videos we made a couple of them. So there's 3 of these shorter 1-minute videos. And in the same way that we've made these short videos of the short classes, oops, there we go. I'm going to turn down a little bit. We're making these little tiny videos that are about 1 minute long. And so you just saw that new crossing train tracks one. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but we've also got these other ones where we talk about basic bike skills. And it's funny, when I was selling grant writers on this idea of this is one of the basic skills, is being able to ride with one hand, legitimately the response was, why? Not knowing, that just seems like something that you do to show off, is ride with one hand. Or even ride with no hands, honestly. And while it's true, it can be cool to show off by riding with no hands, but if you have that ability, there are absolutely benefits that aren't just, showing off. It can, relieve tension on your back. It can allow you to stretch, and, the benefit to riding with one hand is specifically to be able to look behind you. And the skill we show for this one in the video that you can do with a friend is you ride directly away from someone and then try and look back over your left shoulder specifically, because if you're looking over your right, you're just looking into where the parked cars are. But look over your left shoulder and try and see if you can see how many fingers they're holding up. It's sort of a fun trick. So getting comfortable on the bicycle is, something that's good in and of itself, but it can allow you to do other things. So like standing up in the pedals even. You're doing it because you've gotten so comfortable that that's something that comes easily to you. But also, the benefits are, let me see. Oh yeah, I got a little video about it. You can get more power when you're pedaling. You can stretch your feet. You can get a better view of what's going on around you. All that stuff. So, oh, it stopped playing. There we go. I know that people that are new at riding, once they're up and they're pedaling, stopping and starting is one of the harder parts, and that can absolutely not be fun. And it's not just because of this pedal position thing. And this shows why it's important to get in that position, because it helps you start. But the other reason why this is important is because it gets you out of the seat. So you're starting not sitting down, and you're not sitting down at all until you're actually riding. And that's one of the big differences, and one of the ways if I'm on a bicycle or in a car and I see someone else who's on a bicycle and they're stopped, one of the quickest ways, just at a glance, you can tell how comfortable someone is with riding a bike is when they are stopped, are they still trying to sit down in the seat with their foot on the floor? And if you're trying to keep your body sitting on the saddle while your foot is also on the ground at the same time, there's a few reasons why that doesn't work well and why that looks more amateur. If the seat is raised to an appropriate height, you really shouldn't be able to have your heel on the floor, because if it was low enough that you were able to get your heel on the floor, then you're not going to get that full extension of your leg when you're pedaling, and you absolutely will get uncomfortable quicker than if the seat was raised to an appropriate height. So that starting pedal power position can help you get moving quicker, but being able to ride without sitting down is a skill that will help you feel more comfortable going on. So practicing stuff like this can make you feel more comfortable, for sure. So we've got 3 or 4 of those videos. I anticipate us doing a lot more of them. We've got access. This is, again, just between you and I. Don't tell anyone. But we've got access to a drone now. So I'm very excited about how we figure out how to use that thing. Because it gets fairly complicated with where you're allowed to fly them and stuff like that. But I have these visions in my head of moving through complicated intersections with a drone 20 feet above my head, being able to get a bird's eye view of where the cars are and how they're interacting with the bicycles that are on the road as well. It just seems like that would work so well. But we still have to figure out how to use it and where we're going to go, and how we'll get it to follow and all that stuff. So all kinds of fun potential for the future. This 202 class is one of the newer ones that we've come up with just in the last couple of years. And I'm glad that we're diversifying. We've been doing these classes thanks to iCommute and Sandag for 5 or 6 years now. We've had that specific partnership. And in those 5 or 6 years, we've absolutely diversified the classes that we do. And I think one of the best reasons for that is repeat business. We go back to the same employers fairly regularly. There's a handful of them that every single year sign up for a new class. And I don't like just doing the exact same Bike Commuting 101 class every single time. So that's why it's nice that we've come up with a 202 class, and now we're working on this e-bike class. And, you know, making the audience as wide as possible. I love the idea of, you know, I keep coming back to, like, in Saved by the Bell, there's a driver's ed episode. And I always would see growing up that, like, apparently in other places they have driver's ed. I never took a driver's ed class in school. There was no auto shop at my school. I think that those places exist, but I've never seen them. But what about a bike shop? What about a biker's ed class? And it wouldn't even have to be the whole year. I'm just imagining for 1 week, the Bike Coalition comes to your school, and during PE time, you go out on the blacktop and we practice bike skills for a week. And we do that at every single school in San Diego, 1 week at each school. And at the end of the year, we've reached an insane number of kids. And, you know, I can't guarantee that every single kid that takes a class is never going to get on a bike without wearing a helmet. But I can guarantee that they have the knowledge at least somewhat in some special place in their brain. Yeah, biker's ed. That's my dream, is every school in San Diego County has a biker's ed class. And we take like a week and we go over the basic skills. And one of the best ways I've found to, you know, especially with this e-bike class for teens, is from the point of view of, you don't have a driver's license yet. You're planning on getting a driver's license at some point. Here are the rules of the road, and they're the rules for road users. So you can practice these things legally in a real world situation, interacting with other drivers, pointing at them, talking to them, communicating with them as a road user. But you're on a bicycle and you don't have a license yet, and you're a legal user of the road. And that's the best way that I know of to practice. The number, I don't remember the specific number, but if you break down traffic fatalities in cars by age, between ages like 16 and 21 is an insanely high number, way bigger than any other demographic of road user. Car drivers, teenage car drivers, are way more likely to die on the road than any other age group. And it's still kind of wild. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, this is just commonly accepted, like this is the way the world works, is that when you're 18, you're handed a 2,000-pound vehicle. But we've just sort of slipped into this world where that's the norm, and it doesn't seem like that works 100% of the time. And there's more training that could be done. There's ways that we could work up to making more people comfortable on the road. And without us even doing anything, I think the default is changing. As far as I understand it, the number of young people who plan on buying and owning their own car is lower than it has been in years past, because there are these other options that are coming in. People are living in different places. You're not out in the suburbs anymore. The norm is closer to the city center. And if that's the case, I mean, we all know there are cities where it doesn't make sense to own a car, period, because of how dense it is. And so if you're getting around, you're doing it with public transportation, or you're doing it with, Lyft or Uber or taxis, or you're doing it with some sort of bicycle. And for those people that are, looking to get around without using a car for a million different reasons, the e-bike is absolutely the place to look for to do that. So I'm happy with how this little class is coming together. Again, this is in a very rough draft form, so don't tell anybody that you're seeing this yet. But we're coming up with all kinds of new fun stuff. If anyone knows where to find these lights, by the way, I think Monkey Lights is the name of the company that is best known for this style of light. Apparently they're out of stock, like everywhere. Like you can't find them at all. And I haven't been able to find them. So if anyone's got an inside line on in-wheel spoke lights, because I remember the Instagram videos where it's got like, you can draw on your phone and then it makes the light happen in the light or in the wheel. You can make, Pac-Man dance across your wheels. That seems cool. So, I don't know. We'll get there at some point. Anyway, I like working from templates. It's pretty simple to just, start from something that they've already got created. You can see this is what it looked like when I started. These are what the slides started as. And I've kept the basic, look of them. This is the only one I kept the color the same, just because these happen to be Bike Index's colors. But I mean, as long as you're modifying it sufficiently, I think, working from a template, I do it almost every time. It's nice to have a starting place to jump off from, and then build off from there. In the same way that a good starting place for you would be donating just $5 to the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. You can check out our website. It's really easy. Let's do it together. We go to sdbikecoalition.org. And one of the first things that pops up is the Bike Month fundraiser. So it's one of those first slides. It's right there. That's me in the background, very low res. We need a new picture because this is very old. But when you click on that banner specifically, it'll take you to the fundraiser and let you know that $5 gets you a raffle ticket. So many different prizes. If you were on the other day, Sylvie broke down all the different ones that exist, off what some of those were. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff. It is tax deductible. We're a 501c3. I'll check out the raffle prizes in just a second, because I'll also let you know that if you donate $60, you get this cool Life by Bike t-shirt, which Andy has recently modeled for us. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. Ta-da! Isn't that cool? It's the new bike shirt that we designed for Bike Month. So $60 gets you one of those, in addition to those raffle tickets. Let's check out the prizes. So we've got the shirt, and then thanks to Performance Bikes, I think it was, we got a whole bunch of stuff, and it's just sitting around the office. So some of the stuff is fairly high performance. You can see, $90 lights, super bright, bike seats, helmet stuff. We've got the handlebar wraps. Wow, chocolate recovery drink, delicious. Oh, there's me again. I feel like the jeans and bike jersey combo isn't one that you see very often, but that doesn't stop bike model Kevin from showing off. I haven't worn hard pants like that since March of 2020. I don't know if I could fit into those jeans anymore. But that bike jersey Very cool. It's nice to have a bike jersey, even if you're not going to wear it all the time. I think there are times where there's a group of people or a type of ride, and I think, oh, it's time to pull out the bike jersey. But I mean, I'm not wearing it very often, but they're functional. The thing that I like the most about them, especially, is the little pockets that are in the back, because while you're riding, you can just reach back in there, and it's easy to grab your snack or your chamois cream. No, you wouldn't use that while you were riding. That would be awkward. Yeah, so $5 gets you a raffle ticket. If you donate now, I would appreciate that, because in addition to winning stuff and getting the benefits of membership, just the more people that join, the bigger our numbers are, and the better we're able to advocate for bicycles in San Diego. There are all kinds of things that happen at city council meetings. There's all kinds of priorities that people have regarding transportation. And we've seen the number of people on bicycles go up. We've seen active transportation go up across the country. But with that, the number of injuries and the number of deaths that have occurred that are related to active transportation have gone up as well. That's a bad thing. And so there's ways to fix that through infrastructure on the road. There's ways to fix that through education on Zoom and online and through live streaming. But all that stuff costs money. And so there are partnerships that we've made with organizations. There's other large nonprofits that have helped us out with specific things. But the funding source that's the most rewarding, the funding source that is most in line with the future work we want to do, is these small level donations from local human beings who are also in San Diego County like we are. San Diego County is big. And I mean that in terms of population, but in terms of size as well. It's so funny when someone will come and visit from out of town and they'll say, we should hang out. And I say, yeah, where are you? And they say, I'm in Oceanside. And I say, not going to happen. Because this isn't San Francisco. This is a very big place. And so we are absolutely the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, not San Diego City. And so we do get all over the place. San Ysidro to Oceanside. I've taught classes in every corner. We had a school in Julian sign up. I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, because time has no meaning anymore. But yeah, I remember there was a school in Julian that signed up. I don't think we ended up making it happen. So kids of Julian Elementary School, tell your teachers to sign up again for that free class. How do they sign up for a free class, Mr. Kevin? Well, I'll show you. iCommuteSD.com. If you go under school and then free bike classes, are you watching this video right now and you've got a child who's in elementary, middle, or high school? Cool. Get your school to sign up here. If you're a parent and you want the school to sign up, then tell the school about this website so that they're the ones that sign up rather than you, the parent. But you can see it's 100% free. We can reach the whole school at once if you want. We can find somewhere in the middle. We've got these online modules, which are very fun. I built those on Prezi. You can see that here. I like Prezi a lot because it's dynamic, and so it's less just a PowerPoint presentation and more zooming in and zooming out and seeing stuff, which is cool. But yeah, so we built these modules that are a little, again, I think they're closer to 5 minutes, but they're sort of the replacement for the assembly being the elementary school class here. I recently taught a class to the Girl Scouts, that's why their logo is on there. But it's super fun. This is what it used to look like when I was in schools. I do miss that. we're probably not going back to doing in-person school events. I mean, pretty obviously, I think, this year. But we're hoping for the fall to be able to, I mean, bike rodeos were probably one of the most fun things that we did. And that was, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but physically going into schools. And usually after school, oftentimes on half days, the kids would bring their bikes to school in the morning, and then that afternoon we would have everyone come out to the blacktop, and we've set up a series of skills-based stations, and you ride your bike through the different stations and practice different stuff. I feel like that concept of the bike rodeo has been around forever, because I feel like every time I do one, every time I organize one, there's a parent there that says like, oh, I remember doing this when I was a kid. So I think it's one of those things where it's effective because it's fun for just one day. But anything that gets you on the bike more has benefits just that one day, but then it also has benefits arguably going forward if it's something that keeps the bike fresh in your mind and reminds you that there's more ways to get around than just asking mom to drive you to a friend's house. One of the things we got access to this stock footage website, and so if you search for bicycles, and there's a bunch of footage that comes up, and this is one of the ones that we use in the class specifically because this is 100% wrong and incorrect, and so many of the videos that you find on the stock image websites and stock video websites are people doing things that are 100% incorrect. And it's, I don't know, maybe it shouldn't be surprising at this point, but it's so funny how often it happens to where you'll watch these videos and they get on the bike and immediately swerve across 6 lanes of traffic or whatever. And in this video I always ask the kids, what's wrong with this picture? What did this person do that was incorrect? And it's pretty clear to see here the helmet is absolutely not fitting correctly. And if this is the way that you wear the helmet, it's going to look even sillier than wearing the helmet the regular way. 0 forehead coverage whatsoever. They're designed so that when you fall forward, the front of the helmet hits the ground first and not your nose. Let's see. Let me check in with Sylvie. Yeah, so I like this video because it's silly. All right, it sounds like, let me check our schedule here. I think I might be close to finishing. Oops. If I can unlock my phone. Check that, and then that, and then that, and then, oh! I was only supposed to go to 12. Well, thanks you guys for sticking around. All right. I'll leave you with sdbikecoalition.org/donate. That's where you go to give us more money. We would appreciate that. If you don't, that's okay. But check out, if you're watching this on YouTube, great. Please make sure and like and subscribe. If you're watching on Facebook, make sure you've liked our page as well. We're on Instagram, we're on Twitter. You can find us all over the place. Super fun. So look forward to more videos in the future. Look forward to more in-person events happening going forward. Thank you all for being here, and we will either see you on the road in real life or see you on Love to Ride, the virtual ride platform, which I'm sure you already know about, so I won't cover it again here. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you later.